spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I walk a lonely road, the only one that I have ever known. Don't know where it goes, but it's home to me and I walk alone. I walk this empty street on the boulevard of broken dreams, where the city sleeps and I'm the only one and I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk up. The shadow's the only one that walks beside me. The shallow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone up there will find me. Till then I walk alone.
What's up, boys? Not Giga late, not Giga early. It is what it is.
I'm walking down the line that divides me somewhere in my mind. On the borderline of the edge and where I
Let's play some games.
read between the lines what's fucked up and everything's alright. Check my vital signs and know I'm still alive and I walk alone. 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 I walk up. The shadow's the only one that walks beside me. The shallow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone up there will find me. Till then I walk alone.
Ad Astra. Thank you for Ad Astra.
Wait, what? I guess it's burn our resin. There's not much you can do because I kind of play this.
Many insects have a
Right? Yeah, this is all done.
If I told you this was only gonna hurt,
Vision
if
to
I
fall.
warned you that the fire's gonna burn, would you walk in? Would you let me do it first? Do it all in the name of love. Would you let me
Oh, okay.
lead you even when you're blind? In the darkness, in the middle of the night, in the silence, when there's no one by your side.
instead
Do
of
it all
confining themselves to the heaven.
in the name of love. In the name of love. In the name of love. Name of love.
Get to work! Light as a blazing sun! Ah!
Come and meet me in the sky. Would you trust me when you're jumping from the heights? Would you follow me? When there's madness, when there's poison in your head, when there's sadness leaves you broken in your bed, I will hold you in the depths of your despair, and it's all in the name of love.
Pyroclastic surge!
What? Did I have that much resin? The fuck?
Get to
Alright,
work!
let's go. I kinda want
Pyroclastic surge!
Only think about him on the weekdays and weekends. Only in the mornings and evening. Only when I wake up.
Wrath from the sky! Incinerate!
Should proceed with caution, but I won. Guess I do it often. I know I'm already done. It's ever true. I'd go to hell and back if I could go there with you. What do I do? Oh my God, I'm a fool. Keep on coming back to you. I'm so stupid for you. I'm so stupid for you. You're so bad for my health, but I just can't help myself. I'm so stupid for you. I'm so stupid for you. I have a list of all my habits. Wish I didn't have it about it. 'Cause all of
Is that
them are
Alloy?
from the bad things that you do. Oh, I wonder how you do and make me feel stupid.
Gonna
Try
be
to
epic.
fight it off, but it's useless. I'm so foolish, fooling around with you. It's sad but true. I'd go to hell and back if I could go there with you. What do I do? Oh my God, I'm a fool. Keep on coming back to you. I'm so
Alright, let's do some
stupid
Muwa.
for you. I'm so
Let's do some Muwa.
stupid for you. You're so bad for my health, but I just can't help myself. I'm so stupid for you. I'm so stupid for you. I'm so stupid for you. For you. For you. I'm so stupid for you. For you. For you.
Actually, no, fuck it. I'm doing chores doesn't really fucking matter.
I'd go to hell and back if I could go there with you.
Because I'm just gonna do chores real quick and log off. So there's no point changing it.
Oh my God, I'm a fool. Keep on coming back to you. I'm so stupid for you. I'm so stupid for you. You're so bad for my health, but I just can't help myself. I'm so stupid for you.
God, it's a patch. Are you fucking kidding me?
For you. I'm so stupid for you. For you. For you. I'm so stupid for you. For you. For you. Baby, now and then, I think about me now and who I could have been. And then I picture all the perfect that we live. Till I got the strings on your tiny violin. Ooh. My mind's got a my mind if it's on right now and it makes me hate me. I'll explode like a dynamite if I can't decide. Baby, my head, my heart, I touch you in me.
Oh my God, what the fuck is this? Alright, fine. Nobody told me there was some stuff I had to fucking do. Isn't that really all I gotta do? Oh, I finished that already. What is this? Oh, that's a big one. Oh, I'll do that. You guys were playing a full-on game today.
Take 4. quietly and swiftly. The stage is set.
Everybody's just using pistols these days, huh? Pistols. Pistol roller. Apparently this is
Interlude time.
fart version of
Tell your friends it was nice to meet them, but I
Oh,
hope
no, that
I'll
means-
never see them again. I know it breaks your heart. Moved to the city and I broke down.
Ah,
For
I
years,
know what
no
this means now.
calls. Now you're looking pretty and
There's
I'm
alcohol in
older,
it.
and I can't stop.
Oh, okay.
I can't stop. So baby,
King Spike's beverage.
Hey, little one.
Ah,
There you go.
that's what it meant. I didn't know.
So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't afford. Buy that tattoo on your shoulder. Pull the sheets right off the corner of that mattress that you stole from
I could have sworn the dungeon to farm the echoes was here.
We ain't never getting older.
Find
We
out.
ain't never getting older. We ain't
What's up, Doe Cruz?
older.
What is this? Service Wiggle?
We ain't never
Isn't
getting
it a...
older. So baby, pull me closer in the
Why have I
backseat
seen
of
that
your Rover that
creature
I know you
before?
can't afford. Buy that
Is that a
tattoo on your shoulder.
Pokemon? Digimon? It looks like something I've seen before. But it's pink. I don't recognize it in pink. What is that? Wait, what is that? It's from Pokemon? Yeah, so it is from Pokemon. Why is it pink? It's not usually pink, right? It's not usually pink. Bro, I bought the wrong green tea. I bought a alcoholic green tea. Cause you know how I usually drink Arizona green tea? The honey green tea shit? Just a channel on a personal. Ah, it's a shiny Pokemon. But yeah, so I bought alcoholic Arizona green tea. I didn't know there was even one. I bought the wrong one. It's alright. It's in small doses. It's alright. I didn't realize about alcoholic
Brad
version.
salutes you.
I didn't know they made alcoholic honey green tea.
Listen
Yo, so
carefully.
when is Vani coming
Here's
out?
to me.
That chick with the shield and greatsword that you told me about. I didn't know she was actually a greatsword character. What? What does alcohol tea taste like?
No worries.
It tastes like pear and apple.
First to the treasure.
It's Can I pause this? I can show you. So this is what it is, right? Arizona hard spike green tea honey. So usually this isn't alcoholic, but you know that can is huge. You've never had Arizona before? Wait. Do y'all not have Arizona in C? Hold on. Let me try to find the Woo-Wah category. Here we go. It's this big. You never had it? Arizona, not in my nearby convenience store. That is a surprise. This shit is everywhere. So this is the normal can. Can you guys see? Yeah, this is a normal can. This is a normal can. This is non-alcoholic. I didn't know there was an alcoholic version, not the spiked version. This is the one I got. Cause I just thought that can look normal size. Wait, the whole time you was watching me whenever I'm drinking on stream, you thought it was normal size?
It's getting late. I'm making my way over to my favorite place.
And like, if you want us
I
like
gotta get
compare my
body
face,
moving, shake the stress away. I wasn't looking for nobody when you looked my way. Possible candidate, yeah. Who knew that you'd be up
I don't think I'm
like you do?
I enjoy alcoholic beverages that much. I'll say that much.
Baby, I'ma say you're
It's a bit
incredible.
it's not bad, but it's also like it's like you know you're drinking alcohol. It has an alcoholic taste, obviously, but it tastes like pears and apples a little bit. Like a mix of ripe pears and apples. That makes sense.
Hey, Master. Different role.
I'm surprised y'all don't have like Arizona nearby in the convenience store. The reason why I buy it is because it's a big ass can for like $1, and it's just green tea. And it's like, yeah, it's green tea.
That's my compliments.
This song's such an old and classic. But yeah, I mean, quite funny, but I tried looking. You have to try to look for it? Damn. It'll really be. Also, did you see the Zani? No, I did not see it. There's leaks? You gotta understand, I've been working this whole week, and then I've been clearing content off stream just so I have time on the weekend to play other games. I'm about to enter spring break next week. 4 more days of work, and then we got spring break. So I just been prepping for that. If you got the Zani gameplay, let me know. Let me know. You can check it out. You can check it out. I didn't know there was leaks out already.
Quick
Is she
moves.
good? Is she fun?
Improvise. You will yield. Running won't save you.
Oh, you look at the video? Oh, hold on. Let me play this round real quick.
Hey, Master. Different role.
God, I love fucking Brent. Good advice on rolling for Brent.
Can you keep
Those
it?
holy shit. I actually like Brent. He's actually fun despite not being a great show character. I like his acrobatics. Actually crazy. I should have on the right set. Nope. Anyways, let's check out the video. I sure hope Zanny is insane. Then I can say Insano. Let's check it out. Oh, alright. I can't click on it. Okay. I gotta copy paste. Okay, fair enough. Hey! It's the madam herself. Oh, she has a chair just like Carletta.
Let me see. Aha!
I drank too much alcohol just now. It's ass. You drink too much. Alright, so how does she play? Y'all know I have a doctor's appointment in the morning and I'm drinking. That's wild. No way, she has gauntlets. Wait. Wait. The bitch has a shield, but she uses fists. And she also spawns a greatsword? Views. So, her primary weapon is a fist. I mean, the red hair elf uses a gun. Yeah? Despite being a bard? Oh, okay, but we don't have any bard-like weapons. Okay? We do have claymores in this game. Like, what would be a bard-like weapon? Really stylistic for the combo animation. Oh, she's light type. Okay. Wait, it's a big ass greatsword. Wait, can you like stay in that mode?
Let me see. Aha!
Yes, you can. Yo, wait, what? Oh, I'm rolling. The AOE. Oh my god, I'm rolling. Bro, I'm rolling. Okay, that's insane. I'm sold. I'm instantly sold. Instantly sold. Instantly. That's cool. Her shield transforms to a greatsword, but you shouldn't even use a fist, even though she's a fist user. It is interesting.
I don't have all day. Come at me. Reduce to dust. Don't stand in my way. Reduce to dust. Don't stand in my way.
I like her.
Come at me.
So I wonder if
Me.
the duration on this is constellation based, or is it like in the base kit? Huh? Well, that's what I'm wondering. This is I know this is C6, but I'm wondering if her greatsword mode is like her duration of using that sword. Is it like restricted to constellations?
Hey,
or no?
little one. There you go.
I wonder if there's a way to find out. But I like her though. I will say I like her. I definitely like her. Biggest sword in the game right now, because everyone else's claim was like fucking probably Duke Lock somewhere. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. We need to find out her kit, because like,
Well, whatever it is.
yeah,
I'll play my role.
she's probably the only one with the biggest greatsword right now. Like, cause look at his.
is dynamic.
You can call this a big sword, but it's like. She actually has the big greatsword. What was I doing again? Oh yeah. What's this? I need to look up the website where they had who are characters info. I forgot what it was. I remember I used to go there just to check the leaks, but I don't go there anymore.
Ooh, any wine inside?
What the fuck is a cube doing here? Alright, wait. What's this? It's an event. Huh? Wait. What? What is this? Oh, okay.
To ask you a question, 'cause I know that you're an old-fashioned man.
Wait, I don't understand. We still have 5. We still have 5. So what would I use this?
But the answer is no. Oh, why you gotta be so rude? Don't you know I'm human too? Oh, why you
Banger.
be so rude? I'm gonna marry you anyway. Marry that girl. Marry you anyway. Marry that girl. Yeah, no matter what you say. Marry that
Clear Disaster Child Center reduces just with Warning Blade 2. Frenzy and Party get 2. Do I have that on? How do you know?
without her. Love me or hate me, we will be both sitting at that altar. Oh, we will run away
Yeah, you know what? I don't give a fuck.
to another galaxy. You know she's
So just to actually use Electro? How about I say no and I bring someone like Brent instead? Where's my Brent? I'll bring Brent, I'll bring Shorekeeper, and I'll bring Carletta. Yeah. Yeah. So rude. Yeah, imagine telling me to use Electro.
Same actor, different role. Let the flames rise!
What's up?
First to the treasure. Yeah.
Oh, so they don't actually hit you if you just like stay away from them.
Listen carefully.
Well, I'm out.
My compliments. The stage is set. Glory demands more.
So as long as I stay out like the fucking circle, I'm actually just fine. Yeah, wait. What the fuck? Why would I use Electro if I could just brute force it? Trial City Gusu, Trial City Gusu. Wait, what? Collect Disaster Child Port City Gusu with Stress Module 2022 and... You know what? I'm just gonna choose all the defaults. Actually, it doesn't matter. Warning Blade 2 and whatever this indicator is. Oh, I see what's happening. Wait, I didn't select the support module. Where's some Clear Disaster Trial Port City? What's Disaster Trial Port City Gusu? I don't see that anywhere. Is it this? I'll also do it just so I can find out. I guess we have to use the hardest one.
Can
Like
keep
this.
loading. In war with time.
Same actor, different role. Listen carefully. Climax of the show.
My compliments. Victory favors as me.
Oh, it gives you way more. Oh, so if you do the harder one, it goes out 8 out of 4. Okay. Yeah, sounds great. Sounds dope.
Loading. Astral modulation.
Hey, Master, different roles. Victory's progressively in the limelight. Because a brother can't focus, I gotta get to home for the po-po. So this excursion swerving, pull up in a curve, nigga been sipping on the Hennessy and the gin again. It's in again, we in the win. I do 100 while I pop on the blunt. We roll another one up, we living like we ain't giving a fuck. I got a brother from my right hand, 40 ounce in my lap, freezing my balls. Rolling nigga trees, green leaves and all. Coming pretty deep, me and my dog. So I gotta hit the back streets, wanted about a 6 pound, cause I got heat, Glock shots on the block, we creep, pop, hope cops don't see me on a low key. With no regard for the law, we dodge them like fuck them all. But I won't get caught up.
Oh, everyone like? How about no? Oh, you know what? Actually, if we're gonna run everyone, might as well run this.
Loading. Roar with tongue.
Same actor, different role.
I'm scared of all those circles on the ground right now.
In the limelight. Listen carefully.
There's a lot of.
First to the treasure. Same actor, different role. Yeah.
I feel the heat, it's hotter than the sun. I think you we just having fun. I feel like I feel
Just the easy.
I'm falling.
What the fuck is this? You're getting banned. Bye bye. Talking now all that shit in here. We're about to go from being mobile to me still then. Huh? I don't know what he's talking about. Where's my short key? Oh, here it is. Oh, fuck, I forgot to attach the buff. Hold on. That reminds me, I never ended up asking though, cause how's the fucking Sinclair, little brother Sinclair? Is he OP? Never actually looked at his kid. Dealing resonance skill damage to damage with more than 7%. Oh. Say less.
Loading. Astral modulation.
Victory's mine. Same actor, different role. Ow, careful. In the limelight.
He's fine, but I wouldn't put him in a normal status scene. He's not burned, right? Some shit like that? So fucking not dead?
Listen carefully. More pack.
My compliment.
Yeah, okay, now you don't. Let's play in an envy resonance scene as every middle ID does. Ah. Sounds like a skip to me. Well, I'm done with this event, I guess. Because this doesn't open for 5 hours. Oh, no, wait, this... Oh! Wait, what? Wait, I do want this. I do actually want this. Yes. I actually do want this. I'm like looking at what I'm fucking looking at here, and I'm like, yeah, I do want this. I logged on Monday to like do my Limbus chores to get the EXP. I saw there was an April Fool's event. I immediately out F4 because I wanted to play it on stream. I'm like, oh shit, there's an April Fool's event. So I don't know what it is. I just saw that it brought me to a cutscene, and I just out F4. Wait, what's this? Oh, this is the one they were talking about. The VA did great work for it. Yeah, I guess it's a good thing I fucking out F4 then, huh? Port City of Gushu? Am I not in the Port City of Gushu? Can I not fucking do this? Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, fine. I was gonna use one debuff. Oh. I can't wait for more middle. I think they're glad they're fun together. I don't even know what the fuck they do. I'll take this just in case I get hit by some dog shit. What's the point of playing with Satis when you can play Candy Crush, connect couple skills, then go hand? What do you mean? Huh? What do you mean Candy Crush?
At your disposal.
But why am I already picking that? What's going on?
With time.
Did I take too many debuffs?
Same actor, different role. Climax of the show.
All die.
My compliment. Found your weak spot.
Oh, it's a boss!
You will yield. Victory favors me.
You ain't getting me, pussy!
In the name of the Montanes. Improvise.
Well, he's tanky.
Still recognize me? Can you keep up? Leave it to me. Loading. Astral modulation.
At the helm. Victory mine.
As long as I don't touch the ground, I'm fine, right? Obviously.
Same actor, different role.
As long as I don't touch the ground, I'm fine. The floor is lava.
Listen carefully. More passion.
Ooh! Bro, I love Brant! Doku's, I gotta thank you, man, for telling me to pull Brant. God damn.
The curtains pull back.
God
I am here
damn.
to hunt for every laugh.
What was this? Pretty much encapsulates the enemy Resident gameplay in its current state. Like, the whole fucking floor was lava because I picked some debuff where it just leaves lava on the floor if I walk on it. And I just didn't touch lava because I'm in the fucking air, spinning around. Wait, what? I missed something? I don't know if I want to drink this alcohol beverage anymore.
72조 사망 기행 사연. 이 확인된 강화 시술로 중지를 위협했으니
Man got all the fucking gifts. It's all purple envy, right? $43, $54. What? But this is only possible because of the ego gifts, no? He's just stacked because of that. Coupon blast. I wonder if they're gonna release Big Brother. The middle Big Brother? Like, who's gonna be his ID? Damn! Damn! Do we put yo 999? Okay, that is kind of insane. It's like 200 against blunt. We're gonna be outside MD. 150 against neutral. What is this? Wait, so you're saying he's just brute force? So you're saying I should actually just roll for him? So he's just brute force damage. Is that it? It's brute force damage. Okay. We will see. Only of course in a full envy team, but yeah. So as long as you have purple skills, he's chilling. What does the envy resonance do for him? Because counter uses S3 if you have 6 enemies humans. S2 if it's for oh. So when you his counter becomes a multi-select skill essentially. Essentially.
Yeah, I miss all the times we had. Can't forget what you can't get back, and you can't find it in another. Man, time it ain't your lover. I don't care what you thought before. I'll be there anytime you call. Don't you ever call another. No need to call another.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. I wonder if I have any strong envy units.
Loading. In war with time.
Same actor, different role. Climax of the show. Listen carefully.
I'm kind of afraid of these purple orbs around them.
My confidence found your weak spot. The world is mine. Quickly and swiftly.
Wave 2!
Masterpiece complete.
Oh, there was
Still
a wave
recognize
2.
me,
Hey, no one told me about that.
Same actor, different role. Let the flames rise.
My confidence.
How are you still alive? 1 HP, my dude.
The stage
There we go. Fucking hell.
is set.
Yeah, and he has a small shield HP allocation based on 30% missing HP, and getting hit is pretty mandatory to stack up his specials. Why is it every single Sinclair ID has been strong, even at launch? Like fucking you got negative Sinclair and Sinclair. Like unironically. And then you had the Musketeer Sinclair. Wasn't it like what is this? Close is also Warning Blade 2, Frenzy 2, and Parting Guild 2.
I'm trying to picture you're trying to me. We're not love song, more like a high. So mesmerizing, it's called a cut.
I don't need to do this.
Follow my voice like a melody. Meet me outside like smoke.
He has gotten one medical ID this season, like one out of like multiple. Come on. I wonder if I can take this off.
At your disposal. I am graft on you.
Crash that 2, the event in Zwei.
Same actor,
Zwei?
different role.
Yeah, I guess.
Let the flames rise.
Yeah, I suppose. Oh shit. Oh my god, what is this explosion?
Perfect finale. Climax of the show.
I'm out. Yeah, no, I'm good. Floor is lava.
Victory's mine.
No, I'm out. No, let me out. I'm out.
Same actor, different role. Listen carefully.
Oh, god damn.
First to the treasure.
Leave it to me. Loading. Astral modulation.
At the helm. In the limelight. Same actor, different role.
My compliments. Running won't save you.
Oh, fuck.
Brilliance lights the way. Can keep up.
You solo banner? No, let's just check him out after this. Hold on.
The world is mine. In the name of the Montellis. Is that it?
Woo! I'm getting burned alive here.
The curtains pull back, and I am here.
I think we're done here, right? What is this? Oh. I mean, I'm probably voting for Zani, so I should get this. I don't even know what material Zani needs. I actually don't know what material Zani needs. Alright, that's a funny event. Okay. I think we're done with Integration for today. That was interesting. All I learned was that Brand is OP. Because I never get to touch the floor. That's all I learned from this event. Oh, I guess I should also do this. I guess I should also do this.
Feel buried alive,
Yeah, we should get that. What else? Let's roll this real quick, and then we'll hop on. Oh, actually, we gotta do AG chores. I'm assuming. Unless there's no new AG chores, then never mind. Hopefully, there's no new.
I alone will decide whether it's for show or for battle.
I will be there for everyone as we head toward our shared future, leaving the past behind.
Oh! Wait, I got okay. Oh well shit, alright. Okay, that was quick. Okay, yeah, you know what? I can't even be mad. I can't. Yo, double world crit with crit damage? Oh shit. Every stat here is good? Say less. I can't even be mad about that. Oh my god, that result? Mwah. Beautiful asses. I can't even be mad. I actually can't even be mad. Well, I could be mad about this. This is asshole. This is the asshole. Anyways, I guess we'll do some AG and then we'll do some Limbus. See ya. I wonder if you. Oh yeah, Doku. Remember how you mentioned about the mecha event? There ended up being a mecha event. It was in the later stage. What's the transfer for oh yeah, it was in the later stages. I found out as I progressed in the event. Oh, there was a second stage event, like a harder type event, phase 2 type of bullshit.
From the glow of dusk to the crack of dawn.
I was ironically pleasantly surprised. So we got to play the Centaur. Well, I forgot drinking makes me now warm. And I don't usually drink. What the fuck am I listening to? I think I did all the events here. Actually, I did all this event last week. Unironically. We're actually done. I didn't do this though. But I was also lazy. Yeah. Does anyone even play this late? This is the one thing I didn't do. Cause like, I will have to wait for the fucking queue. I'll do it offshoot or some shit. What is this? Oh, it's one of these. Yeah, you know what? Fine, why not? Can I use my own? I still have no regrets following this chick. She's hot. I can't be mad. She's hot. No, increase the speed of normal attack. Ooh. Oh, I can only choose one. If I'm going to roll automatically, how about I just go full on attack speed? That sounds fun. Full on attack speed? That sounds fun. More skills. Normal attack to HP, his line was good to inflict shock on the enemy. You know what? Life regen. Have you seen any of the new animes this season, Goku's? They're all bangers, unironically. And then Windbreaker came back for a second season? I'm surprised. Fucking second season of Windbreaker. Lit. Then again, I guess you're still on the anime block, oh god. You're still on that I can't watch anime because I read the manga type of binge. One more text and landing includes wait, what? Includes modded multiplier? One more text and click please. Shit. I think it's my dopamine receptors are fried this point. Can't see anime as I used to. Maybe it's just that you just haven't seen a good anime in a long ass time. Like you're still watching Apothecary Diaries, right? I don't think your dopamine are fried. It's just like you need something more elevated to tickle your fancy. You know that, or you just need to watch some dog shit to make you appreciate what you do have. I don't know. Could also just be that. Greatly increases speed. Less. Eh? I like Apothecary Diaries and Ascendance of a Broken World, and both aren't really anime. There is at least one I might have looked for in the future. What is it? I think you just overloaded with like action anime. I think you just right now in that part of your life where you want something with more substance, right? Like not slice of life, but something with more like a what's the word I'm looking for? An enthralling type of plot. Something that drags you in. That doesn't need to be like flashy anime cutscenes or like fucking Demon Slayer shit. It doesn't have to be that.
Touch me till I can get my satisfaction. Push me and then just touch me till I can get my satisfaction. Satisfaction.
I should just get something else to drink. I'm fucking drinking alcohol. That's why. So I'm looking forward to is kind of dark fantasy, kind of not. What is it?
Satisfaction.
Do I not get any more skills? Leventus? Leventus?
Push me and then just touch me.
Leventus? Why? This looks familiar. Have I seen this before? This reminds me. Ubel Blatt slaps. But I don't think you saw Ubel Blatt. But that shit slaps. I read the manga recently and only realized it got an anime adaptation.
いよいよだ、お父さん。私の夢に答えを出す時が来た。
答えよ、なぜ我が死を望んだ。我はクレバテス、人族すべてを殺すと決めた。
こやつにも我にも人の世界を歩くには名がいる。我はクレン。
目標進行中の魔獣、距離2500で。お前。
これが勇者としての私の最後の使命だ。おい、うつけ、こっちを見ろ。
なんだその姿。
これはこの赤子を連れていた者の姿。他は隠した。
隠しきれていないぞ。
ん？
I don't remember seeing this, but it says I've watched this trailer before. So I'm kind of confused. But I mean, it looks good, actually. It actually looks good. I'll check it out. It's not out yet? No, I know it's not out yet. I meant like, apparently I've seen this trailer before. But I don't remember seeing this trailer as a thing. That's what I mean. Like it says I have a watch history. It says I have a watch history of that trailer. So I was like, huh, that's interesting. I could swear I could remember watching this. This is cheesy as fuck. Holy shit. That is probably not gonna be a good test as the manga, judging the trailers, which is whatever I guess. It reminds me of that awesome anime. The little king, the little prince kid. I don't remember what it was called. I haven't seen it yet, but I heard it was like fucking good as fuck. Reminds me of that. That little king anime. In terms of animation style.
Push me and then just touch me till I can get my satisfaction.
Awesome rank. Yeah. Wait, is that it? Hold on. Did I get it right? Is it awesome ranking? Is that what I'm thinking about? Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah, it reminds me of that. I wanted to watch it, but I haven't had time. Because people said that it's a good ass anime, and I like the animation style. It's worth watching. I'll definitely check it out. I like the from what I saw from the trailer, it looks good. Attacks me go crazy on her. What the fuck? Oh, we're done. We got auto rewards. Oh, these are unlimited. Okay, yeah, sure, why not? So, how broken can she be? Is mine built? We're trying to decide whether yeah, whatever. What's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that could happen? Maybe we should level her skills. Yeah. Okay, yeah, fine. Oh, it's already maxed. Wait, then why is she having trouble? Okay. Whatever. Whatever, I don't care. Honestly, I don't care. I sure hope the boss that give me are like crazy after this. Bro, how long was this shit? What the fuck? I really should have like. They're really making me play dog shit here. Come on. Alright, always the missing play a little bit. He deals less. At least 200 damage on blunt Vader and 100 on blunt normal at optimal aim play. Ah. That's still big numbers though, to be fair. That's still big numbers. It looks like this team is missing some members, like, well, you only have 3 little brothers currently, so yeah. Wait a minute. Attack speed. Attack speed go crazy. Yes, attack speed go crazy. You can punch. Maybe I underestimated. Oh, I mean overestimated attack speed. Maybe attack speed not good on it. Oh shit, I'm getting chased on that. Maybe do the spam skill to be input. God damn. Yeah, maybe instead of attack speed, I'll give her skill 3 reset. Yeah, that sounds like more of the play here. Yeah. Yes, we're gonna build up skill 3. Gosh. I'm not supposed to spam skill, dude. What's going on? With another one. Come on. Where'd this bitch go? Come on. Dodging my ult? Mid-animation? How is that fair? Alright, we're changing this back up. To attack speed. Dodge this pussy. That's right. Yeah, we're going back to attack speed with lifesteal. So I could just spam left click. Yeah. That's the normal attack build. Yeah, this is much better. Holy shit. Reducing cooldown with auto attack as well. So we can just cycle through the attacks. Let's go. Give me here. How crazy would this be? No more attack damage increase. How crazy would this build be? What the fuck? Really?
Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Sleep tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at that. Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Sleep tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you
Yo, this build kinda crazy, huh? Wait. This build kinda crazy. Hold up. We can make this build better. Hold up. This build kinda crazy. Alright. Silas. That's what I'm doing. Wait, why does that skill 2 reset work? Hmm? Yeah, okay, that reset didn't work for some reason. Why is that? No big deal, let's go back to normal attack damage. Just interesting that it didn't work for some reason. Oh, it's a classic. That is a remix. Another one.
Be the one and only. Take all control. Stay with me forever. At least for the night.
God damn, this boss is tanky. What the fuck?
Take me away. Promise you won't wake me before you leave. Leave me in a daydream. Just you and me. Stay with me forever. At least for
Tanky ass bosses are not fun. In fact, it drives me to mad tired. Did we do all of it? We did. Alright. That's it? I'm not doing that. It is ready, okay. I guess just put the rewards, I suppose. Oh, that reminds me. I gotta do this. Because this resets every week. Less physical and ice damage. Say less. You definitely taste like peach or pears. It's like pears. The alcoholic green tea, honey shit, whatever. Fuck you, how you teleported. Let me bad, true teleport. Got to restart this one because he teleported. Alright. alone? Good thing it's fucking Crystal, bro. I might go get some coffee or some shit. This Aqua is pissing me off. All I want to do.
作戦開始。皆さん落ち着いてきっちり決めちゃいましょう。私の期待に応えておきまして全力でいきます行くぞテントバッチリ決めますフィニッシュ
Oh, physical. And fire / water. Well, this will be easier for physical. The fire, huh? Fire. You say. I'm gonna go grab some coffee so I don't fall asleep. I think beer is what's putting me to sleep. Or alcohol, whatever the fuck. Let me go grab a coffee. Back. Let me get coffee or got tea instead. I got tea instead. Let's see
Don't recognize you, boy, you look confused. Shadows lurking in the dark. They're out to
Firelight.
get you.
What I could do?
Want to control you, don't lose yourself in the fog. Take a deep breath, hold on.
change her to
Face
her.
the demons you fear till they're gone.
Let's see how good this is.
Don't be fooled by their charm. It is time that
Double
you
balls.
sound the alarm. You're bewitched by the devil's lullaby. Dance away in the dead of the night. Hear the voices humming in your mind. He will never let you out of sight.
くらえ正義よくやったわキング
Devil's lullaby.
我がやられるわけにいかないってね遅いやったこれではあそんな
Falling for his lies and doing disguise. Hear him calling out your name. Web
好きだらけね
illusions, spirits illusions, fight the raging hurricane. Take a deep breath, hold on.
食らいなさい遅い
Till they're gone.
即座やっ
Don't be
ちゃう
fooled by their charm. It is time that you sound the alarm. You're bewitched by the devil's
食らいなさい
Dance
これ
away
も
in
みんな
the dead of the night. Hear the
好きだらけね
humming in your mind. He will never let you out of sight. You're bewitched by the devil's lullaby.
Sing.
Dance away
遅い
in the dead of the night.
食らいなさい行かないってね
Humming in your mind. He will never let you out of sight.
世界
This song sounds mad familiar. Oh shit, I died. Oh no! Fuck. Wait, no. I was going so well. Fuck! I just realized my HP was low. I gotta stop being bad. Come on. Fuck, I felt that. Lower. Maybe it's lower.
遅いってね。はあ、そろそろやっちゃう。落ち着いてまいりましょう。これも皆のため。これで遅い。食らいなさい。ここで隙だらけね。これで遅い。
Nice. Nice.
まだまだこんなものじゃないよ。
That fucking violin girl is actually OP in buffing. We got double IT8. Oh yeah, we can use Wind, Ice, Wind, Thunder. Uh-huh. I'm gonna use a dark team. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna use a dark team.
I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. Someone to connect and take. Some things never change, never change. You think I'll walk away on your own to cover my bruises, battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. You break your back.
Oh, I gotta do one more. Yeah, right now.
Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Redemption ever came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, 'cause you should know only bullshit with the angels. Fear to go, what? Save myself for turning into stone. So save your judgment 'cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. They say I should feel guilty and change my ways. In my wakes where I didn't mean to make them break. But that's a hard so mundane. And things are coming like a moth to flame. Oh, some things never change, never change.
Now we're done. I think. Wait, what? I did select all the points. Oh my god, I just realized. I was like, wait, what? I'm not done? I just select all the fucking points. Hey? Alright, let's do some Nimbus. Some I'm done, right? Oh fuck, I forgot about this. Alright, fine. Let's see one shit. Oh, we need one more dog shit. Okay. The claim. Oh, that's what I pay attention to. I easy build this. Did I press the wrong button there? Okay.
That you should know I've been going solo. Want my love, baby, earn it. Yeah, dancing on my own. See if you can follow. Got me feeling alive. Watch me go. Yes,
I can almost feel that. Almost. Oh, it's gonna stand on. Try to sweep. And my sweep.
Here we are, a million stars floating over our head. Beating hearts, falling apart, staying up to forget. But baby, we'll fall. We all go dancing down, and paradise is found. We're shaking up the ground, 'cause there ain't no stopping now. So there ain't no stopping now. No, there ain't no stopping now. There ain't no stopping
Alright, now this is a song I can get used to. Alright, let's play some Limbus, boys. Let's play some Limbus.
flying free, leave our worries below. Safe and sound, no one around. Say the word and we'll go. But baby, we'll fall. We all go dancing down, and paradise is found. We're shaking up the ground.
It's only been 2 hours? Insane. I think it's only been 2 hours.
아, 이거 자꾸 스텝이 꼬여서.
아니, 나는 저 뒤.
야, 됐어. 셋.
이제 셋다 죽을 의미는가?
피스크리프 씨는 대기인원으로 되고.
관리자님, 째까기 시는 소리 같아서 난잡하여 전원 파악이 어렵습니다. 조심하시겠습니다.
Uh-oh. Caroline? Is Carol gonna fuck me here? What the fuck?
야, 거기 조심해. 관제.
빨리.
They have silenced me for way too long. Now that I am free, I will sing my song. They tried to erase all bad memories. The truth will be heard in my melodies. Vengeance, so it tastes so good. I've been hidden in the darkness with God's promise. Freedom needs take control. Rush to the wind with fire in my soul. Watch me breathe danger. I'm the one to fear, I'm the storm chaser.
시계 대가리 깨라고.
일이 없는 것처럼 What the fuck? Did they pull a Freaky Friday? Did they all body swap?
You say I'm making this tragedy. I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change.
What the fuck?
You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. You break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, 'cause you should know only fools trip with the angels.
우리가
Here to
얼마나
go, but you
찾았는데.
keep trying to get too close.
Hopeless? Why hopeless?
Myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment 'cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. They say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wakes where I didn't mean to make them.
What is Burso? And Rodion.
So mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change.
Yeah. Wait. It's Dawn in Faust's body, and Dawn is pouting in Faust's body. I like this new Faust. I actually like this new Faust. What?
그보다 말일세 나리. 본인 파우스투군의 모습이 되어버리니 신기한 변화를 느끼고 있네. 무지무지하게 똑똑한 느낌이라고 할지, 눈이 트인 느낌, 마치 눈앞에 그려지듯이 예측할 수 있네. 끝내주는 모험을 펼친 후 시민들의 환호를. 그럴 리는 없습니다. 다른 정신이 깃들었다 하여 해당 소유자의 지식 혹은 그 너머의 또한 방금 말씀하신 것은 예측. 안 그래도 찾고 있었네. 파우. 아니, 머릿속에서 자꾸 접근 거부라는 소리가 들리는 것 같은데. 앉아보세요.
That's just enough.
걱정하지 마시오. 나도 아직 이해하기는 어려우나 우선 이럴 때는 침착하게 상황을.
네 이놈! 내 형상을 뒤집어 쓰고 감히 관리자님의 오른팔 자리를 찬탈하려 들다니. 그리고
버릇없이 나의 목소리로 관리자님을
그런 것이 아니오. 오해가 있어.
오해 같은 소리. 간악한 것.
단테. 저기
니놈이 하면 될 것 아닌가.
그게 다들 아는 사람들이지만 그거 있잖아. 뭐 들어있는 초콜릿을 먹을 때 뭐가 나올지 몰라서 살짝 초조한.
이봐, 말이 심하다. 너 관리자 양반, 뭐 이렇게 됐어? 버스에서 잠들었다가 일어나서 처음 본 게
그게 저는 천성이 뱃사람인데 이런 물과는 상극인.
적응되면 또 괜찮아져 그게.
그거랑 같나요? 애초에 그런 말은 일부러 피했는데.
이런 한심하고 미련한 것들. 고작 몸뚱아리가 바뀌었다고 금방.
다들 미안하오.
Well, I like this. I like this actually.
그래서 파우스트.
이렇게 시선이 집중되니 조금 부끄럽긴 하군 그래.
니놈에게 안 물었다.
불렀는가?
개판이네.
추정된 어젯밤은 25만 401일에 도시를 지나가는 도시의 소문으로는 그 유성을 바라보며 소원을 빌겠다고.
우와, 그런 낮은 확률이 이루어진 건
아니, 그저 클리셰다.
Wait, this is Honglu. And I'm assuming this is Ryoshu in Honglu's body.
자,
Yeah, that makes sense.
솔직히 고해할 시간을 주지. 어떤 멍청한 놈이 이따위 해괴망측한
에너지가 좋지 않아. 미안.
지금이라도 털어놓는다면 목숨을 3번 잃는 것. 관리자님이시란 말씀.
이제 어쩌시게요, 오티스 씨?
에이, 어떻게 그러겠어. 근데 관리자
저기요, 그레고르 씨, 제 몸으로 담배 피우지 마시라고요.
안 피워.
이왕 이렇게 된 거 앞으로 쭉 이렇게 살아가 보는 것도.
야, 돌았냐? 이 약골 도련님 같은 근육 늘었는데.
Yo, I like this.
자, 뒤. 그리고 시계. 돌린다.
Let's kill each other and turn the clock.
어이, 검, 네.
저는 괜찮답니다.
그 검 뽑을 거면 각오는 해라.
Was Honglu's eye always one black, one green? Or am I crazy?
나는 류슈한테 찬성.
So it is one black eye, one green eye. It's a jade eye? Oh. I just noticed that. I'm like, wait. Is that like a special effect? Or like, did he always have one green eye? Bender says, I've never noticed that till today. Interesting. That's actually interesting. Yeah.
알 것 같긴 한데 어느 쪽 류슈 씨요?
그야 지금 류슈지. 좀 더 이렇게 있지 그래? 뭔가 기분 전환도 되는 거.
이상하네.
그것은 뒤바뀐 대상과의 상호 협력적.
Why is Rodion so happy that she's in a guy's body?
왜? 메르는 내 몸으로 지낸. 그쪽도 로자라고 해야.
재미의 문제가 아니다. 그저 합당하지 않은.
아니, 그래서 재미가 있.
단테, 우선 베르길리우스 씨와 면담하는 편이다. 워낙 희박한 확률이라 여전히 확신할 수는 없지만 제 추측대로 유성이 공포스러운 예측을 하거나든 말씀하지 않으시는 것. 일단 이 상태에서 저는 파우스트, 그 신체의 정보를 데리러 그들이 뭐라 조롱할지 뻔히 보이는군. 그리고 저는 그들의 조롱거리로. 그러니 빠른 상황 개선을 위해 제 판단.
시대. 내가 그딴 걸 할 위인으로 보이나?
What's CH? No. Clockhead? Oh, you're asking the wrong person. Okay.
네. 단테님이 큰일이 났다고 말씀하시네요. 그게 좀 큰일에 진짜 큰일을 더한 만큼. 바로 알 거라고 하시는데요. 죄송해요, 단테님.
사탕 언제 줘?
Candy when?
단테님?
버스 기사는 단 걸 먹어야 해. 사탕 없이는 부릉부릉 안 해.
No room without candy. Y'all know what? Hold up. Let me grab some candy. I got candy I haven't finished eating. I got me candy. No room without candy, you say? Yo, I like this. Best patch ever. I'm actually into the story of a joke event.
대체 어떤 기가 막힌 소원을 별에 대고 빌었길래. 아, 그렇게 된 거군요. 혹시 사탕...
왔다. 야, 어떻게 됐어? 돌아갈 박한테 폭로가 있지. 자꾸 죽살 하자고 말했어.
이 월도로도 가능하다.
나리, 이것 좀 보시게. 이만한 흰 머리칼이라면 지난번에 실패한 북부의 사랑공주 코스프레를 높은 퀄리티로 해낼 수 있지 않겠는가? 허가할 수 없...
아니, 그게 아니다. 더 가슴을 펴고 당당하게.
버러지 같은 것들.
더 크게.
버러지.
이 와중에도 꼭 그래야. 아, 단테. 그래서 베르길리우스 씨는 뭐라고 하죠? 위에다가 보고해서 최대한 빠른 시일 내에 복구 방법을 강구하게.
그건 힘들 것으로 보인다.
응? 아니, 왜 힘들어?
베르길리우스 씨가
꼬미인가? 카런이 제일 아끼는 인형이지.
사탕 안 주면 꼬미가 가만 안 둬.
그게 무슨 소리냐? 가만.
오티스 양, 카론 양에게 그렇게 소리치는 것은 좋지 않소.
꼬미가 누군겐가? 어디 책에 나오는...
가만 안 두기는. 가만 안 두면 뭐 어쩔 거. 그러지 마세요. 저희 그러다.
야, 너
내 얼굴로 말 3번 이상 더듬.
관리자 나리. 아무리 그래도
꼬미를 이루고 있는 주성분은 면 7%, 합성 섬유 3%, 목화섬 90%. 특히 여러 번 꿰맨 흔적은
어머, 베르.
모돌.
모조리 해치우면 모조리 돌아.
아니! 왜 본인의 소중한 전투 시 걸리적거립니다. 그게 무슨... 적어도... 단테님이 앓는 소리를 내...
어딘가 아픈 곳이 있는 것이.
사탄. 저 녀석 전투를 준비하는 모양새다.
베르... 아하로는 글라디우스의 사용법을 나의 몸이라고 한데 이것만 쉽지는 않겠지만 다만 그런 일이 일어났더라도 그런 머저리 같은 헛소리가 버스 안에 그 대가를 똑똑히
꼬미 버스 기사 파파. 아니 진짜 이렇게 특색과 싸운다고요?
이봐.
너희들
What? Hmm?
칼날이 짧고.
네가 숨겼지. 드라마에서 본 대사.
그 정도 인원으로 역부족일 거라 생각하는데 말입니다, 단테. 아하, 방망이처럼 휘두르는 게 편하군요. 그 자리에서 고기 따위도 되지 않는 것이 가슴.
사탕 안 주는 승객 용서하네.
2명이 더 붙었나. 뭐 노력해 보시죠, 단테.
네가 숨겼지. 드라마에서 본 대사야.
주먹 느낌이 훨씬 착착 감기는데? 이거
있는 대로 다 끌어와야 할 겁니다, 단테. 이 이상 지휘해본 적이 없다고 하더라도.
I don't know what's going on. Are we in trouble? We're in trouble, I think.
사탕 나온
날아가지 않게
하나씩
꽉
한 대씩.
잡으시죠.
네가 숨겼지. 자랑에서 본 대사야.
난장판은
질렸어. 내피
어떻습니까? 꼬미에게 당한 소금은
What's happening? Did this motherfucker summon a bus on her? Oh my god, come on.
맞아.
Go back.
파우스트가 관리자다니.
기존보다 관리자는
그래.
감격한 듯한 찌각거림이군. 저로서는 시침과 분지.
별인 내 기도 결정. 그래서 소원은 신중.
Karen, what the fuck? Karen fucking knows.
저녁만 찬에 초대되어 본 적은 없다. 바란 적도 없지.
101 free lunacy.
하지만 썩
Don't mind if I do.
기도 하고. 어디
101 lunacy, you say? What's that? Wait, this is a gift. Maybe I don't open it. I keep it as is. All right. Let me see his dumb ass. Okay, we'll dispense. I was gonna roll, but I was like, the season's almost over, so we might as well dispense. 360 I need. Okay.
저녁만
I need 360. So in short, I need 130. About 80 more. That went over, but you know what? It's fine.
저녁만 찬에 초대되어 본 적은
Oh wait, hold up. My bleachers don't have many NB units. Unironically, yeah. Fair poise. But not many envy units. What the fuck? You can just check by clicking the envy. Oh, right, you're right. Okay, instead of clicking one by one, yeah, I forgot about this. Yeah, I forgot about that toolbar on the right. I actually don't own a lot of envy units, huh? Oh wait, charge. It literally charge. Wait, what if I do? So it's just charge. Damn. It's actually just charge. Yeah, I got no skill 2. Skill 2. None at all. Skill 2. Wait, this is actually a skill 3. Skill 1. Wait, so charge team has the most envy. Okay. Anyways, that means I can't do much. I guess I'm gonna have to wait for the middle little brother big brother units, huh? Like a full party.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Unironically, this looks ass. But I guess it's free because I just meant that shit. So it's not a big deal. I guess it's not a terrible deal that I got him. It's just like to save for the future, I guess.
대성공이야. 가는 신나. 노래 부를까?
오, 기운이 솟는다, 단테.
잘라낸다.
가서 빨리 때려 눕히자고.
Just needs better options, yeah. Well, I guess we wait for like the full ass metal squad.
기회 아니야.
The brother squad.
대가리 딱 떼고.
You put Yoshi in duo multi-class? Makes sense. So basically it's a charge unit.
적들이 저녁 만찬 냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 비틀거리고 있네. 한 접시 근사하게
I
먹여줄까?
think it's staggered.
대가리 딱 산초 평일 60. 하! 으타!
기적적인 대처를 대치를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
그러니까 거기서 이렇게 피할 수만 있잖아.
꿰뚫려라.
합격장.
좋아. 알맞은 먼지 덩어리 풀어냈네.
Do you believe in the recharging for an enemy team? Ironically. Hybrid! Actually, I might actually do that, actually. The main issue would be the resources, right? I would have to, like, raise the other middle. Because I know how Donkey Hole little sister raised, but that was raising the middle self.
시작하자.
적에게
Damn!
치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다. 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
대가리 딱 떼고.
저는
That was
언제나
kinda intense.
옳은 말만 한답니다.
It's always the EX problem in this game. It is.
지금이다.
승객이 따끔 한방 먹였어. 피 분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어.
Yeah, I saw that shit. She fucked everybody up here.
이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼.
Hold up.
아름다움을
Let's see the team. If I was to make it, why do I have a team 2 here? What is this for? Huh? Anyways. Oh wait, that's not it. No? Sinclair, Dom, Rosa, Ryosu, Falsey, Cliff. Okay. Unless these guys don't matter then. Will any of you have like a decent passive? Oh. Only him, right? No, it's a bleed team and a charge team. So you would just get a bleed or charge passive. Yeah, you just bring him then. Sinclair. And then I get this. Sinclair, Don Quijo, aka little sister to Quijo. This is basically just for him, not gonna lie. Why? Is it because of the passive? Flash up, power up, and defense power up, and game protection. Okay. I don't have that shit level though, so alright. Clear. Defense power up increases his counter damage. Oh. I'm actually running out of reds. Sinclair Darn Mercer. Oh yeah. This bozo. Penitence. This one. Oh, I guess it is charge. Also use red eyes open. Oh. Okay. Wait, the ID. Red eyes dependent. Wait, not this one? This one. Wait, she has. Oh, she does on the S1. Oh, okay. Okay. Her defense also is envy. Is it? Just envy? Yeah, I guess it's still better. Her defense is envy. Little sister Dawn is envy. Faust, huh? Let's see. Oh yeah, multi-crack Faust. Right. Multi-crack Faust. I'm doing multi-crack heat clip as well. Cool. Just means I have to level this bozo and this bozo. Everyone else is actually sufficiently leveled. I'm literally just missing 2 people. Unironically. Oh. You notice he had one as well. Anything for the damage boost bench? Yeah. That's why I left Ping Ting Hong Lu on. Hold up, wait. What was I doing? Oh. Otis. Oh, she does have a. I guess I'll just leave her there. Wait, what's the passive actually? Oh, yeah. I'll just leave her here. Okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, her. Defense up. The free defense up. So we can somehow feel the pride residence, I guess. It'd be nice. 3 pride residence and then you get 2 defense up. G Gregan? G Cobra? Oh, okay. You have a decent passive. Oh! Okay. So I just gotta level these 2, which I don't have the resources for, but something to do in the future, I guess. On top of, these bosses as well. There's so many teams I gotta level. There's so many teams I gotta level. And we're getting EXP uncapped on the next patch. Oh, they got Hung Lu to level.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
I gotta start spamming more EXP ones
저는
every other
최고의
day.
성능을 내는 AI지만 응원은 조금 더 준비 시간이 필요합니다.
점 찍었네.
공간의 영역은 잘 쓰지 않았던 중입니다. 일단 먼지를 털어내야 하거든요.
It's insane. The EXP was needed.
합격장.
으타! 먹어 치워라!
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘
I've
활용하고
never leveled up my team club besides uptime and max. Wait, why? Wouldn't that mean like worse clashes? Using it with normal MD, I already have enough teams to play around with to not bother going to hard mode MD. Ah, I see. I see.
배가 따뜻해도
You actually do normal MD. That's insane though, dude.
꽤 뚫려라! 아차!
Before went on board. Yes.
대열 정비하고 식기들은 용이 날 정도로 잘 갈렸는지 다시 확인하고 목표는 구김 없는지 체크하고 이제
At least Hong Lu season is in 3 weeks. What else is in 3 weeks? I'm trying to think. Hong Lu season in 3 weeks. My spring break vacations next week on a Friday. And then the week afterwards I have the week off.
적들을 한대 한대
So that's in 2 weeks.
아니야
So by the time my vacation's over, Hong Lu will come out. Okay.
고귀하게
Okay. Sounds great.
학생들아, 후이가 조각났어. 계속해도 돼. 야호, 이기는 편, 우리 편.
죄인인가?
So the pattern is true at least? How often has the pattern been true though for the past previous cantos?
훌륭한 제압 성과를 낸 직원이 있군요. 효율적인 결과를
It's
위해서
time
이쯤에서 관리자님이
for MD Hard.
칭찬의
God damn,
말을
I'm
건네줘도
tired.
좋을
Yo,
것
bro, I don't
같네요.
want to be tired. I need to play more games.
걸작을 자아냈나?
I gotta finish Kazan.
마에스트로님이 어떤 평가를
I
내려주실지
can't get tired.
흥분이
We gotta
가시지 않는군요.
watch a video. That's all. That's it. Honestly, that's it. We gotta watch a video, which is just in time. We're doing MD Hard. Wait. Hold up. New system is so ass. It is. I don't understand how I have some of them and how I don't have some of them. Guess everyone's sinking. Okay. All signs point to sinking. We'll do sinking this time. With Arknights, you just play the roguelike and get XP distance. And get this unique missions. Yeah. You need to clear missions for specific shit for it to count. This is kind of dumb. We're running sinking. No, that's not sinking. That's fucking poise. What am I? Wait, I can just have all three. Let me make the fucking shit smaller. Where is my Limbus? Alright. Let's watch a video. We can watch. We have, I guess, Nexpo. He's been putting out some new videos. Shit. I want to see this Hercules clip real quick.
Did you know that for Hercules, the role of Hades is one of James Woods' all-time favorite characters? So much so, anytime Disney needs him to reprise the character for any cartoon show and video game, such as Hercules or Kingdom Hearts, he has agreed to do so. When this film was about to go over budget, he offered to refund his salary and finish the film for free. Disney decided against this, and finished the film anyway. 2. Hades was scripted as a slow, menacing character, until James Woods took the role and impressed the crew with his rapid-fire style. Even after the script was rewritten, Woods ad-libbed many lines. 3. James Woods ate a watermelon while recording to make the slurping sounds more authentic in the scene where Hades is eating worms. 4. When Hercules and Phil first meet, Phil says 2 words, "I am retired," much to the confusion of Hercules. However, in Greek, "I am retired" translates as "amai syntaxiouchos," which is actually only 2 words.
How sentimental. You know, I haven't been this...
Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm doing syncing. I should probably look up the syncing Eagle gifts actually before anything. I haven't done syncing in a long ass time. Alright, let's look up this syncing Eagle gift combination. I haven't done this in a minute for syncing actually. I'm just gonna do bleed and burn. Syncing. Whatever the fuck this is. It's chicken scratch. And then we have the other T4 syncing gift that's easy to get. So this chicken scratch and whatever else. What do we need? I need a fucking portrait. Oh, there's a portrait right here. I need a... whatever the fuck this is. And whatever the fuck this is. You know, I'll just grab the portrait. I don't care. Wait. Yeah, I'm gonna just grab the portrait. I don't give a fuck. Alright, I guess we check out some next videos. Also, let me know. How about let me know? The Unbreakable Cryptos code. I didn't watch this? Oh wait, is this the thing I need? Midwinter Nightmare. Oh shit. Wait, actually.
Just let me know.
Right outside the United States Capitol lies the headquarters of the Central Intelligence Agency. The building was completed back in 1961, but a major overhaul in the late 1980s led to the creation of this courtyard right here. To enhance the aesthetics of the new facility, the CIA commissioned a local artist named Jim Sanborn to decorate the courtyard as well as the west entrance with some artwork. By early 1990, the first glimpse of this artwork appeared in an article by the Washington Post. In the background lies a large sheet of metal, perforated by multiple rows of letters. It was some sort of code, a secret message that, according to Sanborn, had been concealed by at least 2 different ciphers. In late June, the 4 copper plates upon which the code had been inscribed were installed in the northwest corner of the courtyard. The sculpture attracted immediate attention from CIA cryptanalysts who organized a sweepstake for someone to crack the code. But despite their best efforts, the code remained intact. Being located at the heart of the agency meant the sculpture was off limits to the public. A private dedication ceremony was held in early November, but it wasn't until March the following year that images of the complete installation began trickling out to the masses. It starts with 3 granite and copperplate constructions placed near the west entrance. One of the slabs features a compass rose pointing towards a naturally magnetized rock known as a lodestone. Furthermore, strings of Morse code can be found on flat sheets of copper interlaced with the stonework. Moving through the atrium and into the courtyard, we're greeted by a shallow pond flanked by 2 featureless slabs of granite. No codes nor markings to speak of from these 2. Finally, we reach the main attraction, a curved screen of copper with hundreds of punched-out letters supported by a trunk of petrified wood. The screen encircles a small fountain surrounded by 2 boulders. There are 1,736 characters in total, which can be divided into 2 parts. The left side is the ciphertext containing the secret message, while the right side is what's known as a visionaire table. The table offered a major clue for how the ciphertext was meant to be solved, because a visionaire table is typically used in combination with a visionaire cipher. Not only that, but Sanborn revealed in early interviews that the upper half of the ciphertext had indeed been encoded using a visionaire cipher. It works like this. We start by writing down an alphabet. The most obvious would be the English alphabet of 26 letters, but Sanborn did something a bit different. he used what's known as a keyed alphabet. Basically, you select a keyword and move the letters of that word to the front of the alphabet. In Sanborn's case, he used the keyword cryptos, stemming from an ancient Greek word for hidden. Okay, so we move the K to the front, followed by the R, and the Y, P, T, O, and S. This keyed alphabet is then repeated underneath the first, but shifted one letter to the left. So it starts with the letter R, and the K is moved to the end. The next alphabet is shifted once more, so it starts with Y and ends with R. This process is repeated all the way down until we end up with 26 rows and 26 columns for each letter in the alphabet.
What the fuck?
Alright, so that's how you construct a Vigenère table using the keyword cryptos. Now, the text on the sculpture is a bit different. In addition to the table, Sanborn added 2 index rows and a column composed of the standard English alphabet. These indices are sometimes added for convenience, as it can simplify the encryption and decryption process, but they're not strictly necessary. Furthermore, these 4 columns in the beginning have been repeated at the end here like so. This repetition has no impact on the encryption or decryption process, so they might have been added for aesthetic reasons to symmetrize the left and right side of the sculpture. You may have also noticed this rather conspicuous L off to the side here, but we'll get to that one later in the video. All we have to care about right now is the actual Vigenère table, which is this part in the middle. Okay, so let's now use this table to encrypt a message. Something simple like, say, secret message. I know, I have a creative mind like the world has never seen. The first thing we need is another keyword. Let's say the keyword is hidden. Because secret message is longer than hidden, we simply repeat the keyword until it matches the length of the plaintext above. Once that's done, we're now ready to encrypt. The first letter of the plaintext is S, so we find the row that starts with S in the Vigenère table. The first letter of the key stream is H, so we find the column that starts with H. The letter at which this row and column intersect is the first letter of the ciphertext. In this case, that letter is Q. The second letter pair is E and I, so we find the row that starts with E and the column that starts with I, which intersect on the letter K, making K the second letter of the ciphertext. By repeating this process for all the letter pairs, we end up with a ciphertext that looks like this. That's it. That's how you encrypt a message using a Vigenère cipher. Likewise, by following these steps in reverse, you'd be able to decrypt the message. But as you can imagine, that only works if we know the keyword. Without that keyword, which functions very much like a password, it becomes significantly more difficult to crack the code. This is the situation that those taking a stab at cryptos found themselves in back in the early 1990s. They were faced by this wall of ciphertext, and the only person who knew the keyword was Jim Sanborn. For the next decade or so, both professional and amateur cryptanalysts took turns at solving cryptos without success. The occasional mention would pop up on various discussion forums and chat rooms, but otherwise, cryptos quickly faded from public consciousness. Even Sanborn himself later admitted he kind of forgot about cryptos as he went to work in other projects. But all that changed on June the 8th, 1999, when a computer scientist from Southern California named Jim Galogli announced that he had finally broken through. Galogli was a former president of the American Cryptogram Association and used some bespoke software on his top-of-the-line Intel Pentium 2 home computer to brute force solutions to cryptos in just 4 days. Except Galogli was unable to crack the entire code. He discovered that Sanborn had divided the ciphertext into 4 distinct segments. Galogli managed to solve the first 3, known as K1, K2, and K3, but K4, comprising the final 97 characters, refused to budge. Not only that, but when he called the CIA's Office of Public Affairs, Galogli was informed that the technical analyst by the name of David Stein had beaten him to the punch. Equipped with nothing but pencil and paper and minimal knowledge of cryptology, Stein had spent the better part of a decade tinkering away at cryptos before finally cracking the code in early 1998. Weirdly enough, this was reported as early as November of that year, many months before Galogli made his announcement, yet barely anyone seems to have noticed. Nevertheless, Stein had likewise been stumped by K4 and only managed to solve the first 3 sections. But as it turns out, Stein was not the first to solve it either. In the wake of Galogli's announcement, it came to light that members of the National Security Agency had secretly solved K1 through K3 all the way back in 1992. Few details were given at the time, but their efforts were later outlined in a series of declassified documents, so let's now take a look at how the NSA partially solved Kryptos. Sometime in late 1991, a group of NSA cryptanalyst interns were given a tour of CIA headquarters. They took an immediate interest in Kryptos and, upon returning to NSA headquarters, formed a small study group to try and crack the code. While the ciphertext is formed a small study group to try and crack the code.
I'm cold. Give me a second.
While the ciphertext is composed of 865.
I'm kind of cold.
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는
Yeah, I'm gonna pee
언제나
real quick.
옳은 말만
Actually, I'm gonna
한답니다.
pee. Yeah, I'm gonna go pee.
어두운
You're
무지는
back.
열어졌지라.
편히 쉬시게.
대성공이야. 나는 신나. 그러니까
저기 저녁만 탔는데를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 비틀거리고 있네. 한 접시 근사하게 먹여줄까? 와, 이거 잘 활용하면 우리한테 유리하게 될 수도 있겠는데?
But got me a why is it cold? It was warm earlier this morning. Now it's cold. I don't know why. I'll never understand Mother Nature. Never.
Letters, there are also 4 question marks. The assumption made by members of the study group was that the question marks divided the code into 5 segments. But after a few days of trying, this assumption failed to yield results. They wrote of one segment that it seemed to be a completely random system that would be very difficult to break and had no idea how to approach K4. As if placing a curse upon all future code breakers, they wrote, "This part may be unbreakable." A About a year later, in early November 1992, the CIA officially challenged the NSA to solve Kryptos. The challenge was accepted by 4 veteran cryptanalysts who began making headway almost immediately. Unlike the previous group, they ignored the question marks and instead turned their attention to something known as frequency analysis. It works like this. Every language uses certain letters more frequently than others. In English, the most frequent letter is E, while letters like X, Q, and Z are among the least common. So if we count the letters in a piece of English text, like, say, the beginning of the Wikipedia article about cryptography, again, creative mastermind at work here, we'd expect to find a lot more E's, T's, and A's than B's, Z's, and K's. Sure enough, that's exactly what we find. 42 E's and not a single K. The beauty of this approach is that it works even if the letters are scrambled. After all, we're only interested in the frequency of letters, not their positions. So even if we turn our Wikipedia sample into gibberish by rearranging the letters, we still get the exact same result, hinting that this text was originally written in English.
Cool. I need to know what the fuck this is. So it has to be Tetsu. Oh wait! There's all these thinking eagle guys, I just realized. Interesting. I can take this actually. The eyeball. I can buy this. Buy this. What do I have right now? I don't have the eyeball. Whatever. We're definitely not getting at this stage.
In cryptology speak, this method of encryption is known as transposition. A transposition cipher will transpose or move characters around, but otherwise leave them unchanged. It differs from a substitution cipher, which, as the name suggests, can substitute or replace characters. We've already seen an example of this with the Vigenère cipher, where letters are supplanted by new ones according to a Vigenère table. This substitution of letters will often render frequency analysis far less useful, if not outright ineffective. Alright, back to Kryptos. What the NSA cryptanalysts did was to simply count all the letters in each row of the crypto ciphertext. Once they were done, they found that rows 15 through 25 produced a frequency count that strongly resembled English. Notice, for instance, how there are plenty of E's and T's, but not a single J nor Z. In other words, this middle portion of Kryptos had probably been encoded using a transposition cipher, while the rows above and below had probably been encoded using a substitution cipher. By this point, the NSA team assumed the ciphertext had been divided into 3 segments, and felt pretty confident this upper portion was a Vigenère cipher, as Sanborn himself had publicly stated. So the next logical step was to try and suss out the keyword. There are a few different ways to go about this, but a common one is to exploit certain repeating patterns left behind by the encoding process. Remember how, in a previous example, the keyword hidden was repeated until it matched the length of the plaintext? Well, that repetition can reveal information about the length of the keyword. Imagine we wanted to encode the message ideal concealment of many documents using the keyword mystery. The resulting ciphertext would look like this. Notice how the string EAL becomes WTP both here and here. Likewise, the string MENT becomes DCZR both here and here. This only happens when there's an alignment of letters in both the plaintext and the key stream below. ENS becomes W, ENS becomes W, MNR becomes D, MNR becomes D, and so on. In other words, identical pairings will always produce the same letter. So imagine now that we only had the ciphertext. We'd quickly notice the repetitions of the letters WTP and DCZR. We could then measure the distance between these repetitions. Okay, so there are 7 letters between the beginnings of these two, and 14 letters between the beginnings of these two. This strongly implies the length of the keyword is 7. And sure enough, the keyword
Wait a minute, do I need skeletal bones? Take it. Don't think I need it, but I'll take it.
mystery is 7 letters long. Fortunately for the NSA team, repetitions like these were indeed present in the crypto ciphertext. Take this one for instance. The beginnings of these two identical strings are separated by 8 letters. This meant the keyword was probably 8 letters long, or possibly a factor of 8. So the keyword had a length of 8, 4, 2, or 1. But 8 was still the most probable, as a 4-letter keyword or below would likely have been a bit too easy to crack. By this point, the NSA team could have just run the ciphertext through a program and checked it against all 8-letter words in an English dictionary. But Sanborn could theoretically have used a random jumble of letters or a word of his own invention, so they opted for a different approach. First, they evened out the rows like so, and divided the ciphertext into 8-letter chunks. This way, they could be certain that every 8th ciphertext letter had been enciphered using
What I need... Do I need that? Oh, I do need that. This part 2? Okay.
the same keyword letter. For instance, imagine that the keyword was obscured. The first letter of that keyword is O, so every 8th ciphertext letter must have been enciphered using the letter O. This means that if the same letter appears at intervals of 8 in the ciphertext, like say the letter R, here, 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 and a few more times, we have these identical pairings I mentioned before. We have RO, RO, RO all the way down, which means all of these R's must represent the same letter in the plaintext. And that's the key to breaking the cipher. Knowing that certain letters represent the same letter in the plaintext makes the cipher vulnerable to frequency analysis. After all, if all these R's represent the same letter, and the same is true of all the other letters in the ciphertext, we can just count all the letters. The letters with high frequency counts probably represent letters like E and T, while letters with low frequency counts probably represent letters like Q and Z. And so that's what the NSA team did. They counted a bunch of letters, tried different combinations, until eventually they found something that began to resemble English. For instance, at one point they ended up with this, and notice the words 6, 5, and 7 appear to be forming near the end here. All that was left to do was guessing the remaining letters, and just like that, the first portion of Cryptos had been solved. It's a bit difficult to see when the text is lumped together like this, but if we add some spacing between the words, it becomes a lot more readable. We'll examine this plain text in a moment, but first we need to address this mess at the top. What the NSA team discovered was that rows 3 through 14 had been enciphered using one keyword, while the 2 uppermost rows had been enciphered using a different keyword. In other words, the crypto ciphertext was actually composed of 4 distinct segments, not 3 as initially assumed. So the portion they solved first was actually the second segment, which would later become known as K2. Alright, once K2 had been unlocked, they immediately set their sights on K3. As previously mentioned, frequency analysis indicated K3 had been encoded using a transposition cipher, so a substitution cipher like the one used to encode K2 was definitely off the table. While there are many different kinds of transposition ciphers, they often rely upon some sort of matrix. For instance, imagine we wanted to conceal the plain text, "This is a secret message." We would then pick a keyword like cloaked and write down the message in a grid or matrix like so. Then we assign a number to each letter in the keyword based on their alphabetical order. So A, C, D, E, K, L, O. Then we rearrange the columns in numerical order. Finally, we write down the letters in each column to generate the ciphertext. Fairly simple stuff. But that simplicity is also the weakness of a cipher like this one, because you can sort of guess your way to a solution with a lot of patience, a bit of luck, and some know-how. And that's precisely what the NSA team did. they quickly noticed there's only one Q in the entire K3 ciphertext. They also knew that plenty of English words that begin with Q are followed by a U, and there were only 5 U's. So they simply took the Q along with a few letters before and after and wrote them down as a column. Then they did the same with the 5 U's and placed them next to the first column. Some of the letter combinations were problematic, like YY and HH, which would be unlikely to show up in an English word. But other columns looked more promising, like the HE in this pair of columns, which could be the end of the most common word of all. So they tried a few T columns, followed by some more columns, and a few more columns, and that was pretty much it. They eventually recovered the entire plaintext through nothing more than educated guesswork. In fact, the assumption that Q would be followed by a U proved to be wrong, but they still managed to find a solution. They also realized that the last 4 characters were actually part of K4 rather than K3. Alright, so that was K3 unlocked, on to K1. The reason the NSA team tackled K3 ahead of K1 is because the latter was only 63 characters long. Generally speaking, the shorter the ciphertext, the more difficult it is to break. Fortunately, the K1 ciphertext was just another Visionaire cipher. All they had to do was repeat the steps taken to solve K2, and eventually they recovered the entire K1 plaintext, which reads as follows. Between subtle shading and the absence of light lies the nuance of occlusion. Moving on to the K2 plaintext, it reads like this. It was totally invisible. How's that possible? They used the Earth's magnetic field, X. The information was gathered and transmitted underground to an unknown location, X. Does Langley know about this? They should, it's buried out there somewhere, X. Who knows the exact location? Only WW. This was his last message, X. 38 degrees, 57 minutes, 6.5 seconds north, 77 degrees, 8 minutes, 44 seconds west. ID by Rose. Finally, we have the K3 plaintext, which reads as follows. Slowly, desperately slowly, the remains of passage debris that encumbered the lower part of the doorway was removed with trembling hands. I made a tiny breach in the upper left-hand corner, and then widening the hole a little, I inserted a candle and peered in. The hot air escaping from the chamber caused the flame to flicker, but presently, details of the room within emerged from the mist. X. Can you see anything, Q? Alright, so what the hell does any of that mean? Well, something that immediately stands out is how all 3 segments include exactly one misspelled word. In K1, the first L in illusion has been replaced with a Q. In K2, the O in underground has been supplanted by a U. In K3, the word desperately is missing the 3rd E and has had the 2nd E substituted for an A. The prevailing belief within the Cryptos community is that these typos are deliberate. They're typically perceived as some sort of clue, and Sanborn has indeed implied or outright stated that that's the case on multiple occasions. Now, it could be illusion with a Q, but it's a very telling phrase as far as an artist's ability to make a code. It's a clue. It is what it is. However, Sanborn has also made statements where it almost sounds like he's only pretending as though the typos were deliberate. Why did you put deliberate misspellings in some of the clues? That's an ancient tool for making codes more difficult to crack. Saying I was sloppy is a good way of saying it. I didn't take tremendous care in what's been deciphered already, because it was... If you want to say it's intentional, because it makes it harder. It's unpredictable. Unpredictability is one of the strengths of difficult code, and I wanted to be as unpredictable as possible. Looking at the overall meaning of the plaintext, it's, well, difficult to parse, and according to Sanborn, that's very much by design. They will be able to read what I wrote, but what I wrote is a mystery itself. There's still things they have to discover once it's deciphered. There are things in there they will never discover the true meaning of. People will always say, what did he mean by that? What I wrote out were clues to a larger mystery. The K1 plaintext is very short, but seems to be alluding to shadows and how they're illusions formed by the absence of light. Light and shadow is a common theme in Sanborn's apography, so perhaps some sort of pattern will form when the sculpture is struck by sunlight at just the right angle, or something to that effect.
There are encoding systems which use pattern, light and shadow, and it's those kinds of systems that I was most interested in using because I'm an artist.
The K2 plaintext is a bit more straightforward by plainly stating that something was buried at these coordinates, which point to a location a few meters south of the sculpture. But in 2013, Sanborn apparently confirmed that what he buried at this location has since been removed. According to a summary of a post-convention dinner attended by Sanborn, the item was a bronze geodetic survey marker made by the United States Geological Survey. They're typically used for things like topography and measuring the distance between locations. That being said, it sounds like the survey marker was only meant to elucidate the meaning of the final plaintext rather than offer clues for deciphering the code. Do you have to be on the CIA grounds in order to solve Kryptos? No. So just by reading the text taken from Kryptos and posted online, you can solve the puzzle. Well, yeah, that doesn't mean that what I've said in the piece doesn't do something physically there at the agency. You have to decipher the piece and then go to the agency and find that place. Looking at the rest of the K2 plaintext, it makes reference to something invisible and using the Earth's magnetic field. This could be alluding to a compass, which in turn could be a reference to the compass rose etched into the stonework by the west entrance. The remaining portions seem to be about the survey marker. It was buried or transmitted into the ground at an unknown location, followed by the coordinates of that location. Furthermore, Langley is a nickname for the CIA because it's based out of Langley, Virginia, and Sanborn has confirmed that WW is a reference to former CIA director William Webster. Sanborn once said the K2 plaintext was meant to look like an interrupted radio transmission. It's not uncommon for the letter X to denote periods in radio communications, and Sanborn has confirmed that that is indeed what the multiple X's sprinkled throughout the plaintext are meant to represent. The only real question mark surrounding the K2 plaintext is this final sentence, ID by Rose, but we'll circle back to that one in a moment. The K3 plaintext is a lot easier to parse because it's just an extract from the 1923 book The Tomb of Tutankhamun. It recounts the moment British archaeologist Howard Carter stumbled upon the tomb of the ancient Egyptian pharaoh Tutankhamun. Sanborn later explained that he included this passage because he wanted to instill in the solvers of Kryptos a semblance of the exhilaration experienced by the Egyptologists. The only thing that doesn't make much sense about the K3 plaintext is this final Q. It's not in the source text and it just looks out of place. Some have speculated it's a reference to a character like Q in the James Bond franchise or the godlike Q in Star Trek because it sounds like the question is addressed to someone named Q. Sanborn did once briefly reference Star Trek in an interview, but it doesn't sound like he's the kind of person to include a pop culture reference in his work. The NSA cryptanalysts were able to solve K1 through K3 in as little as 2 days, although some documents suggest it took them at least a month. But despite their best efforts, the final 97 characters proved too much of a challenge.
I need this to start. New bags. I want to take a nap. Oh my god. Let's see what I can make. Portrait plus that plus whatever the fuck that is. Jacket.
와일드 헌트야.
What was the video?
Given the suspected cryptography, the last section is too short to solve without diverting a great deal of effort from operational problems. After Jim Galogli's independent solution received widespread media attention in 1999, thousands more joined the fray and began tinkering away at K4. But in spite of this renewed interest, the final 97 characters have resisted all attempts at decipherment. As indicated by the NSA, part of what makes K4 so difficult is its length. At 97 characters, it's the second shortest segment behind K1. On the bright side, K1 was eventually solved, so it's not like K4 is prohibitively short. I mean, it's not like it's literally unbreakable. Wait, it is possible to solve, right? It's a question that invariably shows up in any discussion about cryptos. What if Sanborn just threw together a bunch of random letters at the end to keep people guessing forever? I mean, it's a great way to extend the longevity and relevance of an art piece. What were you trying to achieve with the sculpture? A long viewing existence. I mean, any artist wants to make a piece that endures. I made it out of copper and stone, basically. But what seems to have endured is the content and the code, and I mean, in that respect, it succeeded beyond my wildest dreams. Because as the code is disclosed slowly, which was a plan, it seems to be staying in the spotlight, which is great. On the other hand, Sanborn has very explicitly stated on multiple occasions that K4 is solvable.
But it would also be nice if someday somebody did crack this thing, because it really is crackable. It really does say something.
When the CIA commissioned Sanborn to create cryptos back in the late 1980s, he received help from a CIA cryptographer named Edward Scheidt. Alright, I'm just gonna give my Irish viewers some time to process that surname. Alright, much like Sanborn, Scheidt is adamant the code is solvable. We wanted to make something that could eventually be deciphered or extracted, rather than something that will never be done, ever. But I must emphasize here that Scheidt doesn't actually know the solution. He's merely saying that when he and Sanborn devised a general outline for the code, the plan was to create something that could be deciphered. But it's interesting that Scheidt says deciphered or extracted, because there is indeed more than one way to recover the plaintext. In fact, there's good reason to believe none of the previous segments were solved in the way they were intended to be solved. Ed came up to me after a briefing and said, "The solution is correct, but you didn't do it in the way I intended you to do it." Remember, the NSA solved K1 through K3 not by finding the keywords, but instead by exploiting certain patterns and weaknesses in the ciphers. The same is true of the methods employed by David Stein and Jim Gillogly. To use an analogy, they hotwired a car instead of finding the keys. So the question is, how are we supposed to find those keys? I will say that I have left instructions in the earlier text that refer to later text. Let's start with K2. Alright, so through cryptanalysis, the NSA team deduced the keyword of K2 had a probable length of 8, and this was confirmed once they successfully extracted a plaintext. At this stage, there are a few different ways to reveal the actual keyword. A really neat way of doing it is to truncate the Visionaire table so that the number of rows matches the length of the keyword. In this case, the keyword has a length of 8, so we only need the first 8 rows, and not counting the first one, which will act as an index. Then we simply offset each row or alphabet according to the plaintext, like this. The first letter of the plaintext is I, while the first letter of the ciphertext is V, so we slide the first row until the V is in the I column. The second letter pair is T and F, so we slide the second row until the F is in the T column. Once we've done that for each of the 8 rows, the 8-letter keyword abscissa is spelled out vertically in the first column. The word abscissa is a mathematical term that typically refers to the x-coordinate of a point in a 2-dimensional graph. So graph, point, coordinates, ordinate, abscissa. It's unclear how this relates to cryptos, but some believe it's a metaphor for the treasure hunting idiom X marks the spot. I like to be enigmatic, and I love metaphor. Another interpretation is that the process of finding letters in a Visionaire table sort of resembles points in a graph where the abscissa and ordinate are the columns and rows. Anyway, once the keyword was known, people started looking for ways to recover abscissa without first knowing the plaintext. After a lot of searching, they came up with a plausible theory. Remember those granite and copperplate constructions by the west entrance inscribed with Morse code? Well, if you didn't, now you do, and here's the translation.
적들이 저녁만 찬 냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 들들거리겠네. 한 그릇 근사하게 먹여볼까?
There are a few immediate takeaways. The second I in digital has been swapped for an E, and the next line is likely meant to say interpretation, but the code is cut off so the final N is missing and the O ends up looking like a T. Digital interpretation could mean there's some sort of digital component to solving cryptos, which is consistent with a comment made by Sanborn. As a visual artist, I like to rely on systems that include visual as well as digital material that can be deciphered by machines. T is your position could mean a lot of things. According to some cryptos enthusiasts, Sanborn once told them the Morse code actually continues underneath the blocks of granite, so the full sentence could be something like, "What is your position?" Virtually invisible is similar to the first line of K2, while Shadow Forces is reminiscent of K1. As for lucid memory, RQ, SOS, and the 27 seemingly superfluous E's, who knows? Alright, so that's what the Morse code says. Now back to the keyword search. If we take the last 4 letters of virtually and the first 4 letters of invisible and use Ali Invi as a keyword for K2, we find the word abscissa spelled out right here. The reason this works is because the sequence Ali Invi also appears in the K2 plaintext in the phrase totally invisible. We're basically using part of the plaintext to reveal the keyword instead of using the keyword to reveal the plaintext. In fact, this works with any 8-letter sequence of the plaintext as long as it's offset at intervals of 8. So if we use the first 8-letter sequence, "It was taught," we'll get abscissa here. If we use the next 8-letter sequence, Ali Invi, we get abscissa here. Using the third sequence, Siebel How, we get abscissa here, and so on. Presuming this was intentional and Sanborn didn't just happen to use 2 similar phrases without realizing one could accidentally expose the keyword of the other, it's still unclear how we were supposed to know to rearrange part of the Morse code to read Ali Invi as opposed to any other sequence of letters. Another option is to take this one E at the end of virtually and move it to the front. Then we ignore the 6 E's at the beginning of the next line and append invisible. Plugging that in as a keyword will also produce abscissa because the first 8 letters act as padding to ensure Ali Invi falls into place. In fact, we can use any 8 letters before Ali Invi and it works just the same. But again, it's unclear how someone was supposed to deduce that those specific letters had to be organized in that specific way. Sure, Sanborn might have expected us to simply guess by trying different Morse code fragments and successively prepending them with letters. There's even a cryptographic term for this technique, which is crib dragging. But it would still have been nice to have at least one solution that relied exclusively on clues and deductive reasoning rather than tedious guesswork. As far as I can tell, Sanborn has never confirmed whether abscissa was supposed to be acquired in this way, but it's the least convoluted theory for the time being. Moving on to K1, the suspected keyword length was 10, and sure enough, if we modify the Visionaire table like before, we find the 10-letter keyword palimpsest spelled out vertically in the first column. A palimpsest is a reused manuscript or document. If you erased the text from the page of a book and wrote new text in its place, that's a palimpsest. It's a word that fits the theme of cryptos in multiple ways, not least of all because the curved copper screen resembles a scroll or the flowing page of a book. Another interesting find is that the combined letters of palimpsest and abscissa can be used to construct the anagram PS, it's as simple as ABC. Anyway, unlike the keyword for K2, no one really knows how palimpsest was supposed to be found. The only half-decent theory seems to be one that relies on palindromes within the Morse code, which is when a sequence of letters reads the same forwards and backwards. The idea is to take some of these palindromes, while ignoring others, and to then stack them in a particular order to form the word palimpsest. But the process feels very contrived, so I'm not going to go into detail here. You can check out the references if you want to learn more. Moving on to K3, things get a bit tricky because there's more than one way to recover the plaintext. The easiest one is so simple it's almost laughable. All you have to do is count every 192nd character. That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 190, 191, 192. The first letter is S. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 144, 145. If we reach the end, we just loop back around and keep going. 146, 147, 148, 149, 190, 191, 192.
Why do they keep doing that,
The second letter is L. Keep going like that and you'll recover the entire K3 plaintext. There are a bunch of other decryption methods I could explore here, including one that quite convincingly utilizes the keyword cryptos. But there is one method that's not just theory, but actually has some evidence behind it. In 2013, Sanborn released this encoding chart, which he used to encode the K3 plaintext. It's very low resolution, but notice what looks like an arrow in the lower left-hand corner. For many Kryptos enthusiasts, this all but confirmed what they had long suspected, namely that the K3 ciphertext had been generated by simply rotating the plaintext. It works like this. First, we write down the K3 plaintext in a 42 by 8 grid. That's 42 characters per row across 8 rows. We then rotate the text 90 degrees clockwise. Using this new orientation, we write down the characters, row by row, in a 14 by 24 grid. You'll notice the text now matches the encoding chart, and all we have to do to generate the K3 ciphertext is rotate the text once more. There you go. The encoding chart even has the word end written in the corner here to mark the end of the ciphertext.
Oh, okay.
But there is one problem with this approach. It leaves out the question mark at the very end of K3. Notice how it's not included in the encoding chart. This has led many to suspect that this final question mark is actually the beginning of K4 rather than the end of K3. Now, an argument against that is that the source text of K3, the Tomb of Tutankhamun, does end with a question mark, and it would of course make a lot more sense for a question mark to fall at the end of a sentence rather than the beginning of one. Sanborn has repeatedly refused to answer whether it belongs to K3 or K4, but has confirmed that it's nothing more than a question mark. Presuming it does belong to K4, the fact the question mark appears at the beginning might be a clue that K4 is written in reverse. Speaking of question marks, remember that inscrutable final sentence of K2? Ever since K2 was first deciphered back in 1992, the phrase ID by rows, or possibly ID by row S, has been a complete mystery. But in late 2005, a Kryptos enthusiast by the name of Monet Friedrich was crib-dragging different keywords through K2 when she noticed something odd. If you move the first A of abscissa to the end and plug that in as a keyword, the last sentence of K2 becomes player 2. It wasn't given much attention at the time because, well, discoveries like these are not that uncommon. Shifting letters around and trying different keywords is bound to generate the occasional text that just so happens to be legible. But this time it was different because half a year later, Sanborn informed the Kryptos community that he'd made a mistake by omitting an S between this E and W near the end of the K2 ciphertext. If we add that S back in, the final sentence no longer reads ID by rows, but X layer 2. Something that immediately comes to mind is that a palimpsest is a document with 2 layers of text. Anyway, the fact that this omission still produced something legible was pure chance, and it's why it took Sanborn 16 years to detect his mistake. He apparently assumed ID by rows was some sort of cryptographic jargon and didn't realize there was something wrong with the actual code. This does of course raise the rather concerning possibility that the reason K4 hasn't been solved is because it too contains some sort of mistake that Sanborn has missed. You know, I've done my best to distance myself actually from what I wrote, and when K1 through K3 were cracked, I had to go back to my notes to figure out what I'd written. And it's the same with K4 as well. When it's cracked, if it's cracked in my lifetime, I'm certainly going to have to refresh my memory as far as what I wrote. That is a bit concerning. In a subsequent interview, Sanborn said he was pretty sure that K4 is fairly accurate.
Because if there's another mistake in K4, and I don't know if he's worked backwards through that yet.
No, that one's actually safe and sound and fairly accurate.
You sure about that, Jim?
Yes, I'm pretty sure about that one.
A few years later, Sanborn said in yet another interview that he'd completely forgotten the K4 plaintext once again. If somebody tried to torture me, I couldn't tell them. I haven't looked at the plaintext of K4 in a long time, and I don't have a very good memory, so I don't really know what it says. So whether Sanborn has actually gone back and double-checked the intended steps for solving K4 remains unknown, and the possibility of a mistake can't be completely ruled out. That being said, K2 was deciphered in spite of a mistake, so even if K4 contained a similar typo, it wouldn't necessarily be rendered unsolvable. Another reason to be optimistic about the solvability of K4 is the fact that Sanborn has gotten increasingly impatient for someone to solve it. I'm getting tired of the continued and somewhat escalating number of people contacting me and saying that they have cracked the code. I assumed the code would be cracked in a fairly short time. I can't do this for many more decades, okay? I'm 65 now. So, to nudge the process along, Sanborn finally caved and offered a clue in late 2010. The clue was a fragment of the K4 plaintext, specifically the word Berlin, located here. So K4 can somehow be decoded such that the letters NYPVTT are supplanted by the word Berlin. Not only that, but Sanborn released the encoding charts he used to create K1 and K2, which supposedly contain some sort of revelatory information. All that's really been gleaned from these charts so far is that the occlusion typo in K1 was the result of changing the first S in palimpsest to a C. Meanwhile, the K2 chart does not include the undergrund typo. This could mean occlusion was deliberate while undergrund was not, just as it could, not mean that. Even though Sanborn stated he wouldn't offer another clue until 2020, he apparently changed his mind and disclosed the second clue only 4 years later. This time it was the word clock, located right next to the previous clue. So this portion of the K4 ciphertext can somehow be decoded into Berlin clock. The clock in question is probably this one. It displays the time using a series of red and yellow lights and is indeed located in Berlin, but its relevance to cryptos remains a mystery. 6 years later, in early 2020, Sanborn disclosed yet another clue. This time it was the word northeast, located here. Less than a year later, in the midst of the pandemic, Sanborn released his latest clue, which was the word east. Even though nearly 1/4 of the K4 plaintext has now been disclosed, the final segment remains undeciphered. Something I've learned about cryptos over the past few months is that everything you can think of has already been tried. I mean, not literally of course, but that's certainly what it feels like. There were so many times during my research where I had an idea for how it might have been done, only to find that someone already tried that some 20-odd years ago. I mean, we're talking thousands of people trying every conceivable permutation of every conceivable cipher for over 30 years. It's especially impressive considering Sanborn is not a cryptographer and, at his own admission, is bad at math.
I am what I like to refer to myself as an anathemath, which means I am afraid of mathematics. I do not have math skills. I was taught physics, but only baby physics. I was taught math in summer school because I didn't pass math in high school. So basically, there are other ways to make codes rather than using algorithms, the bane of my existence.
Instead, he's an artist with a background in archaeology who somehow managed to create a code that's withstood billions upon billions of cracking attempts and even stumped the NSA. On the other hand, the fact that Cryptos was made by a non-expert and does not require advanced mathematics makes it all the more likely for a layperson to solve it. If anything, a creative and artistically minded amateur may actually have a better chance of solving K4 by thinking outside the box in a way that computer algorithms and professional cryptanalysts may struggle to do. The interesting thing is I try to minimize the need for math. If someone had math, then okay, that's an avenue for that person. But sometimes, this sounds bad, you can know too much and miss it. One of the leading hypotheses entertained by the NSA back in the early 1990s was that K4 had been enciphered not just once, but multiple times over. The idea is that Sanborn took the K4 plaintext and ran it through a Vigenère cipher like the one used to encode K1 and K2. Then he took the resulting ciphertext and ran that through a transposition cipher like the one used to encode K3. This second layer of ciphertext was then carved into the sculpture. According to Edward Scheidt, the plan for K4 was to somehow conceal the English language to curb the use of frequency analysis, which, as we now know, was instrumental in solving the previous 3 segments. We can only guess what exactly that means, but cipher stacking would be a very simple yet effective way to mask the language of the plaintext and disrupt the use of frequency analysis. Another proposed solution is to use what's known as the Hill cipher. The reasoning behind this one is tied to that conspicuous L in the Vigenère table mentioned near the beginning of the video. While many believe the L is merely an oversight, others believe it's a deliberate clue because its inclusion means the word hill can be spelled out vertically on the side here. Others believe the solution has something to do with the letters DYAHR at the beginning of K3, which have this odd spacing that makes them stand out from the rest of the code. A possible anagram of these letters is the word Hydra, but whether that's meaningful is of course anyone's guess. As you can imagine, there are hundreds of theories, and out of sheer desperation, many turn to scrutinizing everything Sanborn and Scheidt has ever said in the hopes of narrowing down the list. Exhibit A, this video. But that is perhaps not such a good idea. I seem to like to manipulate the information coming out in a sort of disinformation fashion, which seems appropriate for the project. And so a lot of the clues that I might give work in a sort of disinformational way, and that's a good thing. I mean, that's the clandestine ethos. So you might even be giving me some disinformation right now. It's possible, yes. Although not even the fact that he can't be trusted can be trusted, because Sanborn has said the complete opposite in other interviews. It's not my intent to put out disinformation. I'm a benevolent cryptographer. Disinformation and dubious benevolence aside, Sanborn has taken steps to ensure the solution to K4 isn't lost to time. It will either be put up for auction or passed on to someone else in the event of his death. So one way or another, we will hopefully get that answer at some point in the future. Who knows, maybe one of you watching this video right now will be the one to break the unbreakable. Think about it. These 97 or so characters are all that stand between you and history. Everyone will know your name. We're talking interviews, talk shows, podcasts, conferences, the whole circus. Centuries from now, students will be bored out of their minds as they read that one chapter about the history of cryptography that bears your name. All you need to do is throw some symbols into a blender and you'll become immortal. You'll forever be remembered as the person who defeated the American intelligence community.
Anyways, do I need Eltrue Snow? I don't think so. Oh, fuck, hold on, wait. I think we might have to make it ourselves. What do I need? Watch. C2. Fuck that is. Oh, I did get it, okay. So I need portrait, that other thing. Very cool. I'll get the check at the end of this. So I can do that. I need slippers. T2 slippers. How about that instead? Okay. Oh wait, hold up. If I got that, like if I got the jacket, plus thorny path plus impending way. Encounter structures. Oh, just missing this T2 slippers. Goodness. Did we not get it? I guess you can't. Unless you're in the map zone.
진리를 열기 위해
Just let me know.
적들이 뭔가 기분이 좋아 보이는 것 같아. 카론 기분 나빠.
Imagine being able to grow your own weed from home, completely legit, with just a few clicks. You buy the plants online, and a company cultivates them for you in real greenhouses. When the harvest is sold, you get a cut of the profits. The cannabis market is booming, and the returns are huge, massive even. So you keep investing, possibly spending your entire savings. And then, one day, it's all gone. That's exactly what happened to thousands of clients who invested in a firm called Juicy Fields. And the story behind all this is just wild. A flashy, revolutionary startup sponsoring international cannabis expos. A promo video starring a German rapper packed with hidden clues. A CEO with an Ivy League degree who barely speaks English. A business address leading to a castle and a group of fake aristocrats. Alleged criminals trying and failing to smoke joints through the slits in their Guy Fawkes masks. Hundreds of millions in losses. Investigations all across Europe. And a mysterious mastermind secretly pulling the strings.
Money, money, green. Started with a dream. Now we getting rich now, I mean. Money, money, green. Straight out of Medellin. Grown as a motherfucking team. Money, money, green.
The story of Juicy Fields was originally covered in depth by a brilliant 8-part investigative German podcast called Cannabis Cowboys. We spoke with one of the creators for this video, and also partly based our research on a great YouTube documentary by Die Spur. You'll find both links in the description. Cannabis is booming, and not just on the black market. As of March 2025, 54 countries have legalized weed for medical or recreational use. And that number keeps growing, constantly. Estimates suggest that legal cannabis sales in Europe will soon have increased more than tenfold in the last 5 years, 2020 to 2025. Despite being a young industry, the market is already dominated by a few major players, publicly traded companies worth billions of dollars. But one startup is set on shaking things up. In 2019, Juicy Grow officially launches in Berlin, pitching an innovative business model, crowd growing. Small investors chip in small investments. Juicy Fields channels the funds, grows the plants and distributes the profits. Getting started is easy. You sign up, pick a plant, and watch it grow in your virtual greenhouse. The cheapest one is 50 euros. A few months later, the harvest is sold for 68 to 83 euros, yielding up to 66% in returns. Other plants can cost up to 2,000 euros, but will of course generate higher profits down the line. Juicy Fields markets itself pretty aggressively. They pay YouTubers to push the platform with affiliate links. They sponsor major weed expos, like Spannabis in Barcelona, and they flaunt their success with flashy stunts, Lamborghinis, pompous parties, lightly clad dancers, and an obscene amount of bling. This promo video takes things to another level. Passengers are handed airplane-shaped joints and welcomed on board by Captain Blunt and his co-pilot Mary Jane. Next stop, a massive hotbox party up in the clouds. Another video shows a relatively successful German rapper endorsing Juicy Fields.
Money in your hands, buy a couple lamps, grow a couple plants, fuck a couple grams.
And then there's this guy here, sniffing cannabis buds like a sommelier. Just moments earlier in the video, he was playing Captain Blunt. He's the CEO of Juicy Fields, Alan Glantz, the face of the company. His mission is to take down the cannabis oligopoly, legal weed for everyone, the Robin Hood of ganja game. On the company's website and his LinkedIn profile, he presents himself as a visionary entrepreneur, but despite his supposed Ivy League degree, in interviews his English is, well, pretty shit.
The guys is incredible, is working the perfect. I'm not know it's about the how many, like 5-star.
But the message still hits home. A tight-knit community forms. And to be fair, apart from the CEO's sketchy resume, Juicy Fields seems pretty legit at first glance. The website lists several renowned cannabis producers as partners. They offer tours of real greenhouses and webcam live feeds of the crops. They actually keep their promises, frequently distributing major payouts. In 2021, Juicy Fields harvests a staggering 72 tons of cannabis. They claim their production costs are just a tenth of their competitors. After only 2 years, the platform already has 500,000 investors, mostly from Germany, but also from Austria, Spain, and Portugal. Juicy Fields is a massive success, until it all comes crashing down.
Uh-oh.
Now imagine you're running a real business, legit and serious, a good product, a team that shows up every day, loyal customers who count on you. There are dozens of separate workflows, managed through dozens of separate tools, project management, sales, admin, and HR, emails, invoices, chats, and deadlines. It can be pretty overwhelming, but it doesn't have to be. Odoo is an all-in-one business management software that helps you manage all operations of your business on one intuitive platform. They offer more than 45 fully integrated apps, from CRM and website creation to accounting and inventory. No more juggling 12 different tools. Everything works together seamlessly in one place. Odoo is flexible, easy to use, and scales as you grow. Your first app is free for life, with unlimited hosting and support. You can get access to the entire platform for just 19.90 euros per month. Scan this QR code or visit fern.deal/Odoo35 to get started. Whether you're a team of 2 or 200, Odoo helps you stay on top. Now back to Juicy Fields. On June 3, 2022, Germany's Financial Regulatory Authority, BaFin, steps in. It bans Juicy Fields from selling plants in the country. Juicy Fields ignores the order and is fined 1 million euros. On July 11th, some Juicy Fields employees announce a strike. Shortly after, the company's official Telegram groups and social media profiles vanish. Then, on July 13th, investors are suddenly unable to log into their accounts. At that moment, Juicy Fields is sitting on investments worth at least 400 million euros. No one knows what will happen with all that money. The CEO has been fired just before the fallout. He drops a series of shirtless video messages swearing he's innocent.
I'm innocent. I'll never take your money, in my sight.
Glantz insists he wasn't really involved in the business. He says the real masterminds were shadowy figures he only met a couple of times in person. Many employees claim to be just as clueless. Some speak of mysterious backers they never saw face to face. Meanwhile, thousands of investors keep trying to log into their Juicy Fields accounts. To no avail. At this point, you might think you know what this is. A classic scam. The promised returns were just too good to be true. Tough luck. Too many red flags in the first place. But assume no further. This is just the beginning. On July 16th, the Juicy Fields website suddenly publishes the full names and contact details of several individuals, people who had never been publicly linked to the company before. The statement accuses them of plotting a hostile takeover. It claims the customer logins had to be frozen to prevent that. This is Nicholas Martin, a journalist at the German public international broadcaster Deutsche Welle. He has followed the case from the start and spent over a year investigating it. He explains that Juicy Fields split into two fractions: the old Juicy Fields, made up of the platform's original founders, and the new Juicy Fields, a group of individuals based in Germany. These new people are all connected to Juicy Fields AG, a PLC registered in Switzerland, so they seem to have some actual ties to the platform. Their official address is a castle, and many of them boast long and complicated noble titles: counts, dukes, and princes. But according to Martin's research, these people are only fake aristocrats. Their titles are not real. The old Juicy Fields operators zero in on a wannabe nobleman in particular. They claim he stole all the funds and disappeared, hinting that he's hiding out in the Bahamas to evade taxes. They tell him to stop acting nasty, and that they're getting irritated by his actions, especially their guys in black hoods. Leaked documents suggest that Juicy Fields' main bank account was opened by one of those fake aristocrats. If this were true, the new guys from Switzerland would have had direct access to all the money and could run off with it. At this point, it really does look like Juicy Fields was undermined by a criminal gang of fake German noblemen. But the presumed aristocrats fight back. They claim they never had access to the main bank account, saying it was set up with a fake passport and a fake signature. To prove their point, they leak internal documents allegedly exposing the real masterminds behind Juicy Fields, the people running the website and the company itself. According to these documents, 4 Russian-born men are listed as the official owners of the German Juicy Grow GmbH. The leak even includes passport copies for 3 of them. The company's actual CEO appears to be a man named Victor Bittner, a Russian-born German who has stayed completely out of the spotlight until now. But the main shareholder and the true mastermind behind all of it is supposed to be a Russian named Paul Bergholz. It also turns out that Juicy Fields wasn't just operating through 1 or 2 companies. The companies in Germany, GmbH Ltd, and Switzerland, AG plc, appear to be linked to at least 6 other European firms. The company's legal imprint starts to get edited on an almost daily basis, and nobody knows by whom. Then, a newly appointed CEO from South Africa speaks up. Again, there's no way to prove this guy is who he claims he is. In November 2022, Juicy Fields appears to have summoned a so-called anti-crisis committee. All attendees are hiding behind V for vendetta masks. They keep blaming the new Juicy Fields, and even dangle the hopes of recovering lost investments. But the whole thing feels surreal. One of the 6 masked figures tries to smoke a joint through the slit in his mask, and fails spectacularly. It's total and utter chaos. There's countless leaks and docs flying around. There are CEOs, founders, shareholders, presidents, and consultants. But who is really calling the shots? It will soon turn out that all the chaos and confusion is not accidental. It's most likely part of a meticulously orchestrated farce.
Hold on, I need to fix my blanket. I'm fucking cold. I'm mad cold. I'm actually mad cold. What the fuck?
Behind all these weird characters and blatant amateurs is someone who knows exactly what they're doing. October 2021, 9 months before the login freeze. Victor Bittner sits alone in Berlin. On paper, he is the CEO of the German branch Juicy Grow, but he's not the one calling the shots. The real power lies with a small group operating out of St. Petersburg. Bittner is little more than a frontman, a puppet CEO, facilitating access to the German market. He is also the one who set up the German bank accounts that are now full to the brim with millions of investments. But the world is in lockdown, and traveling is nearly impossible. Bittner's bosses are stuck in distant Russia, and Bittner starts wondering, why not take the money and make a run for it? He seizes the moment and hogs 1.5 million euros for himself, but it doesn't go unnoticed. The puppeteers in Russia order their in-house fixer to fix the situation. Bittner is marked for liquidation, but the fixer refuses, opts out, and walks away. About a year later, he blows the whistle. Using the alias Anders, he reaches out to a Swedish lawyer who represents people affected by the Juicy Field scam, Lars Olofsson.
the whistleblower Anders said that I don't want to be a part of this. Yes, I could scam people. I'm a criminal. Yes, but I don't want to be involved in killing people.
Nicholas Martin and the creators of Despair documentary have spoken to Anders as well. We can't independently verify his claims, but Despair was able to prove that he was in fact part of a criminal network in St. Petersburg. Anders says Juicy Fields wasn't just a massive scam, but a perfectly orchestrated puppet show, with a brilliant mastermind pulling the strings on a whole cast of disposable puppets. The most visible of them was Alan Glantz. Anders confirms that he never was some business genius with a degree from an elite university.
Thank you guys for understanding.
He appears to have been a taxi operator in St. Petersburg before his stint at Juicy Fields. His real name isn't Alan, it's Anatoly. They bought him designer suits and a Rolex to make him look the part. The entire Juicy Fields success story was carefully staged. The 72-ton harvest, the 500,000 investors completely made up. Most of the big-name partners had no idea they were being featured on the website. The Lamborghinis were rentals. The tours took people to random cannabis plantations with zero connections to Juicy Fields. And the profits from those crops, the sales never actually happened. There was no revenue stream whatsoever to pay out those returns. The truth is that Juicy Fields was never even allowed to sell cannabis-derived financial products. The Berlin Trade Register officially listed the company as a gardening supply business. Everything points to a classic Ponzi scheme. New investors kept pumping in new cash, and the old investors got their payouts from that same pool of money. Of course, the whole system only works as long as it keeps growing. But the masterminds knew it wouldn't last forever. According to Anders, they had a clever exit strategy, a tangled web of shell companies, a bank account in Cyprus, and a few hand-selected fall guys to take the hit.
I'm calling them useful idiots. These are people who are just being paid to be seen and signing papers and so on. They are not the mastermind.
Anders says the entire power struggle was orchestrated too, a big fat red herring to sow confusion and distract people from what was really happening. The accusations against the fake aristocrats, the leaked Russian passports, probably all staged. The passports are fake, the names made up, the photos edited. The only real thing is this: there really was a tight inner circle behind Juicy Fields, and they were really led by one mastermind. His name just wasn't Paul Bergholz. Anders describes him as a low-key, tech-savvy guy, an IT expert, darknet enthusiast, and die-hard cannabis fan. Oh, and apparently he's really into rap. Juicy Fields produced multiple promotional music videos, and Martin's research suggests that the rap lyrics in them were actually written by Paul himself. In one of the music videos, you can see these Russian Matryoshka dolls in the background. Anders says Paul explicitly requested that. But why? As a hidden Easter egg? A subtle flex? Why would he deliberately draw attention to his home country? Was he so sure that no one could touch him there?
Money, money, green. Started with a dream. Now we getting rich now.
And this is not the end of it. Whistleblower Anders claims the entire thing. Juicy Fields, the Ponzi scheme, the puppet show, it was all just a front for an even bigger operation. Money laundering. At the heart of Juicy Fields' finances was a bank account in Cyprus, a country long accused of turning a blind eye to shady financial dealings. That account alone processed over €500 million since it was opened up. The cannabis investments might have been the perfect cover for an old-fashioned money laundering scheme. The dirty money flows into illegal business, blends it into its revenue stream, and comes out clean on the other end. In other words, the Ponzi scheme and the money laundering machine could have been a perfect match. Anders claims the masterminds had direct ties to a Colombian drug cartel. Was Juicy Fields a front to wash cartel money? Martin and his team spoke to the German prosecutor's office. According to them, Juicy Fields was linked to organized crime in Russia. And St. Petersburg does indeed seem to be the hub. The city is infamous for being a stronghold of the Russian mob. Experts believe an operation of this scale could only go down if it's somehow sanctioned by the Kremlin. Viktor Bittner is believed to be connected to Russia's FSB intelligence service. But this is where the trail went cold for a while. The picture got too blurry and too speculative. Fast forward a couple of years. Finally, a breakthrough. Investigative reporters managed to identify the mastermind at the top, a Russian named Sergei Berezhin. An international research network, Correctiv, and other outlets found that he was the one operating under fake names like Paul Bergholz. His network allegedly scammed 645 million euros from investors and funneled the money through a complex web of shell companies. After nearly 2 years on the run, Berezhin was finally arrested in the Dominican Republic and extradited to Spain in August 2024. There, he now faces charges of fraud, money laundering, and running a criminal organization. Berezhin's father was a Russian nuclear scientist with political and military connections. That adds weight to the long-standing suspicions that Juicy Fields may have been a joint operation between the Russian mob and the FSB, designed to funnel Western money into shadowy activities, potentially even the war in Ukraine. Then there's the alleged whistleblower, Anders. Turns out his real name is Igor Kekshin, and he wasn't just some low-level insider. He was directly involved in the Juicy Fields operation. But in a bizarre twist, Kekshin later revoked all of his statements. Apparently, someone tried to kill him, twice. In one incident, his car was blown up shortly after he returned to Russia. The suspects were driving a car registered to Berezhin's father. Someone must have wanted him permanently silenced. Meanwhile, Lars Olofsson, the Swedish lawyer who represented Juicy Fields' victims, has come under scrutiny himself. Reports now suggest he may have been playing both sides, working with both the scam's victims and some of its key perpetrators. Berezhin's network was ultimately dismantled. In April 2024, law enforcement across 11 countries coordinated a massive crackdown. 9 arrests, 38 raids, and over 400 officers deployed, all targeting other key players behind the scheme. And yet, despite all this, thousands of victims are still waiting for their money. The Juicy Fields scandal is a textbook case of how reality and deception can blur in massive financial frauds. What's real? What's fake? Even now, it's hard to say. But one thing is clear. If something sounds too good to be true, it usually is.
Today we're talking about a bank that won't let you withdraw your money. A bank where almost $100 million has vanished. Or has it? Because I've traced some of the missing funds, and I think some people are hiding the truth. Even worse, our regulators and safeguards may have failed us. Let me show you what I mean. Today we're talking to a bunch of people who found their money frozen in their bank last year. 6 months later, they started getting paid out, but some of the money is missing. Welcome to the Discord Diner. All right, let's start with the basics. What is your name and how much money do you have on your savings app?
Well, my name is Colin. My savings was $53,105.95.
How much are you getting back?
Not a single penny.
Hey, my name's Dave. I lost more than $70,000. The balance I received back from Evolve was $0.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Schwartz. I had $43,000 that I put into my savings account. I consider myself one of the luckier ones in the situation. I was offered $36,000 back. So I lost a total of $7,000 in the situation.
Hi, my name is Jamal. I have received a little over $6,000 back. I'm still owed $11,000. My wife has received $100 back of her $55,000.
Now, this was obviously surprising. People who had put their money in a savings account were told they don't actually have that amount. Instead, the bank told them, we're going to give you whatever we think you have. In some cases, it was pennies on the dollar, seemingly at random. And to explain this vicious game of financial Russian roulette, we're going to have to map out what's really going on here. All of the people you've been hearing from save their money in fintech companies like Yada, Juno, and others. Slick financial apps that are not banks, but took deposits while advertising FDIC insurance. They did this using a middleman called Synapse to connect them with a real bank called Evolve Bank and Trust, who was FDIC insured in the event of a bank failure. So FDIC insurance, which is an American program where banks are insured with up to $250,000 against bankruptcy failure, it doesn't apply here because a bank didn't fail. A middleman did. Theoretically, everyone's money should still be safely held at Evolve. But this is where our mystery begins, because as the bankruptcy carried on, Evolve said they didn't have all the customers' money. There's a giant gap between what Synapse said they had versus what Evolve did. According to the Wall Street Journal, up to $96 million might be missing. Evolve Bank claims they're not the problem. They literally don't have customers' money because they were told to send it to other banks, like AMG and Lineage. Why? The story goes that in late 2023, Synapse wanted to diversify banks instead of relying on just one. So they set up relationships with other banks like AMG and Lineage to hold customers' money and diversify. Makes sense. Now, most customers weren't aware of this change because it was only noted in an opt-out email basis sent to customers, meaning if you didn't see it when it came through, your money may have been moved without you ever knowing or approving it. Normally, this wouldn't matter, and some fintechs like Yada even pitched it as a way to get increased FDIC insurance coverage, which in hindsight is ironic. But the effect is that everyone's money was shuffled around like a game of three-card Monte. Of course, Synapse, in theory, should have records of where all that money went, but Synapse is now in bankruptcy, and not everyone agrees with their numbers, specifically Evolve Bank and Trust, who says they don't have as much of the customer funds as Synapse says they do. To prove it, Evolve hired Encura Consulting to do their own reconciliation of the bank's balance sheet, and their numbers versus Synapse's numbers is what has created the gap. These results were given to customers on November 4th, the day before the presidential election. Always a pretty good day to hide bad news. That is, you don't have as much savings as you thought you had. Customers are understandably confused and angry. Whoever's fault this is, it's not theirs. So that's what we're trying to uncover. Where is this nearly $100 million of missing funds? Somebody has it, but everyone's saying it's not them. The other banks, AMG and Lineage, by the way, do not deny they had some of the money from Evolve, but they tend to agree with Synapse's version of the ledger and have already paid out based on that. Meanwhile, Evolve is also saying they've paid out their fair share. So we're stuck in this horrible situation where people are using different ledgers to say, oh, we fully paid out everyone. And some people are getting pennies on the dollar, seemingly at random.
My name is Max, and I have a little bit over $21,000 in a Yota account.
How much is the bank gonna give you back?
Evolve is going to give me $17 back out of those $21,000.
How does that feel? I mean, what is that like?
A slap in the face. It's an insult. Honestly, I would have rather them not giving me anything and say that they cannot proceed with the complete reconciliation that they initially intended to do, than to give me scraps and then basically washing their hands with it.
My name is Pblar, and I put $20,000 into my Yada savings account. After the reconciliation, Evolve has told me that they're going to offer me $700 out of that $20,000.
Insulting. It's insulting.
So my name's Corey, and I had about $34,000, a little over $34,000 left in my account at the time of everything being frozen. Well, they are giving me back $0 out of the $34,000 that I am supposed to have.
Now, with so much on the line, all of these banks have been desperately trying to put out their side of the story, with specifically Evolve's being the most different. And they've been sharing screenshots of hundreds of millions of dollars moving from their bank to these other banks, saying that they just don't have the money. Whereas Synapse's CEO, on the other hand, has been very vocal as well. Even one of the fintechs, Yada, has sued Evolve. But at the end of the day, it's become a bit of a he said, she said, where everyone has their own numbers that they're using to say we're right, but it's hard to rely on anyone's word. So I wondered if we could trace the problem ourselves a little differently, not relying on any one source, but instead going to everyone, just asking questions, and maybe finding some different threads to pull on that gives us insight. And this is where things got interesting. Little by little, I was able to get a bunch of internal emails and documents between these companies, even get detailed banking records. All of this showed big problems, but they had been brewing for much longer than I thought. Way before everything blew up in May of 2024, rewind the clocks back to when everyone's money was in one place at Evolve, and let's look at some internal documents that were sent to Synapse. It's September 25th, 2023. That's the day Evolve sent notice that Synapse had breached the Master Services Agreement by failing to fully fund the FBO account. By the way, FBO just means for benefit of. Plain English, it means it's the customer's account. The money people were putting into these fintechs wasn't fully funded by what was in the actual bank account per their agreement. That's what Evolve said. Evolve then demands $50 million in a reserve account to be filled within 2 days of the letter. They also notify Synapse that they're going to take $16 million from what is called the Synapse's fee account to hold it for end users, aka customers. Now understand, the fees, that just means the interest Synapse would have been paid on the cash they hold with Evolve. Synapse, of course, is a middleman, so a lot of that money they're going to make from interest is just passed on to fintechs like Yada, who then in turn passes it on to customers. So if Synapse is short $16 million, that means Yada and now a lot of people are short $16 million. Everyone's getting squeezed, but that's just the start of the problem. So you remember, Synapse owes $50 million in the next 2 days. But when it comes due, Synapse gets a termination letter from Evolve, and then they send their own email. Now, before we open this, understand, customers had no idea that their money might not be fully funded at the bank and were never notified of these problems. Everything you're about to hear is being whispered in emails right now. And what is being said, like deliberate misstatements, factual realities, potential harm, these are white-collar words for, hey, we think this is going to end a disaster and we think you did it. But of course, nobody knows that yet, except for Synapse and Evolve. Synapse even seems to anticipate this would eventually go public because they write in their letter, we do not expect this response will prompt significant change, but we hope it will correct the record and provide factual transparency to those who may read your letters. Like us, for example. They're anticipating outside parties were going to come in and read all of these. Now, in here we find Synapse blaming the deficiency in the customer account on Evolve. They accuse Evolve of misappropriation of funds, a situation caused by Evolve itself. Synapse claims that 12 days prior they had notified Evolve that Evolve was charging fees from customers' accounts that they shouldn't have. Basically, they were payment processor fees. The payment processor was called TabaPay, and this should not have been on the customer to pay it. According to Synapse, about $12 million in fees were charged to their customers. And Synapse says this $50 million demand you guys gave us, that's retaliation for us telling you that you have been misappropriating these funds. Synapse then also highlights a $13 million account analysis charge that was also improperly taken from customers' money. So both sides are basically demanding tens of millions from each other. And we'll get to some concrete evidence in a moment, but I want to flag that for right now, Evolve, Synapse, the chilling realization is that whoever's right, this collapse began over a year ago. And more importantly, before the migration of funds out of Evolve Bank. Banking experts who have been watching this unfold, by the way, have commented on this. Jason Mikula is our fintech and banking resident expert. He agreed to help me get to the bottom of this. And here's what he told me.
In my mind, one of the biggest worst decisions was allowing this brokerage migration to take place, which is on both Synapse and Evolve, right? Yeah. Allowing that migration to take place when it would seem that everyone knew the records were not accurate and reliable and that there was a shortfall. Because that has really compounded the difficulty of trying to unwind this situation and understand what happened.
Exactly. Why would you shuffle everyone's money around to different banks if you hadn't sorted out where everyone's money was in the first place? This is the first question I brought to Evolve, the question of the shortfall. Evolve's position appears to be, oh, there's no shortfall of funds at Evolve, but that can't be true based on their September 2023 correspondence. They're the ones who said you didn't fully fund the account. There had to be a shortfall. Now, how big exactly it was is a little trickier to figure out. Not that I haven't tried. Remember, I do have a bunch of internal banking records from thousands of customers, which, by the way, I can't believe they didn't make me sign an NDA for or redact in any way, which I thought was incredibly irresponsible. Either way, essentially, I looked through everybody's, bank records. It was monthly statements for Synapse's customers going back literally years at Evolve. And I used a couple of scripts to turn these PDFs into a database and queried it for certain fees. Now, I was able to reproduce some of Synapse's claims. It does appear true that Evolve seems to be charging a bunch of fees to customers' accounts accounts that they really shouldn't have. And it does go back years. Let me repeat that because it's really important. Customers were being charged improper fees directly from their accounts that should not have been there. And to my understanding, those fees have never been repaid. Why didn't Synapse address this sooner? I don't know. It seems like they brought it up only in 2023 when this has been happening for like several years. I can't figure that out. But Evolve's position seems to be much harder to explain. They say that some of these fees were owed by Synapse as part of their master agreement. But I got a copy of that agreement, and it seems like those fees were put in place later. I don't, it's very confusing. But the point is, did the customers ever get their money back? I asked Evolve about this in an email and was sent Evolve's lawsuit with Yada. In it, they kind of appeared to admit in the lawsuit that there were improper fees, but maybe it was an administrative mistake. And specifically, that might be made up for by this reserve account, which they funded mostly using Synapse's money. Which I think is funny. Quote, Evolve transferring over $35 million from the reserve to customer accounts. Later, they state they had up to $43 million in a reserve account by the end of 2023. It's worth emphasizing that while Evolve says there was never a shortfall, and even if there was, they had it covered, the reason Synapse went bankrupt is kind of because of the shortfall. According to the Wall Street Journal, Synapse tried to sell itself and neared a deal with TabaPay. But TabaPay walked away over concern about the potential size of the shortfall, people familiar with the matter said. Now, yes, to those of you who have paid attention, TabaPay fees is part of the reason for all this disaster, and they also almost bought Synapse. Confusing, small world. The point is, how can Evolve say there's no shortfall, but everyone else seems to think that there is? Whether or not you believe this comes from improper fees that they took from customer accounts, I don't really care. The point is the chain of events here. Synapse notifies Evolve of missing funds. Evolve then says, okay, funds are deficient. Synapse, you owe $50 million to cover any possible liabilities. We're blaming it on you. And by the way, we're going to keep $16 million or so this month. Obviously, to make sure your customers get the money they're owed. Of course, this leaves Synapse and the fintechs that rely on it strapped for cash. Synapse reacts by moving a lot of their money outside of Evolve on an opt-out basis to other banks. But by this point, both parties, Evolve and Synapse, both know that there's a shortfall in the customer accounts. Both disagree about how big it is, who's responsible for filling the gap, but both of them still move the money, which makes no sense. Because suddenly, the discovery of these mistakes is swept under the rug and all the money shuffled around. So was the money actually missing? Was it covered in the reserve account? We don't actually have a good way of knowing. But it gets even worse because one of the big events that actually led to this collapse was the Mercury migration. Mercury is yet another fintech company that confusingly markets itself as a sort of bank like Yada or Juno. On Google, it's described as Mercury Bank. And then directly underneath that, Mercury is a financial technology company, not a bank. Clear as mud. Anyways, Mercury Bank, which is not a bank, worked with Synapse up until 2023, and they were by far the biggest client with over $3 billion in assets. But one day, they decide they don't really need Synapse. They want to work directly with Evolve. Now, that would be fine, but when you have a gap in customer funds, or might have a gap, it starts to get a little questionable because Mercury got paid out. They migrated. They got all $3 billion. Once again, Jason Mikula explains why this might be a problem.
But just because, somebody was using Yada and happened to have their Yada balance assigned to Evolve versus Mercury or Nomad or Yield Street or whatever, who, maybe wound down their program earlier, there is no justifiable reason why these Yada and Juno users should be the one, eating the losses just because they were sort of the last man standing, so to speak.
Absolutely. And I think the point is, once you realize there's a shortfall, people running for the door should start to be very heavily scrutinized because exactly the problem you said, which is that it just becomes sort of there's this moment at FTX where everyone realizes oh, they may not have all the money. Everyone runs for the door. Some people are just faster than others, right? And that seems to be a huge problem here where, and I don't want anyone, at the end of the day, no end user should have to bear the brunt of this. But if you're actually thinking about what it would look like for billions of dollars to take a loss on this. Maybe you're looking at maybe 95 cents on the dollar, maybe 90 cents on the dollar per customer. Whereas now we're having a lot of people get made completely whole and some people basically getting zero or maybe 10 cents on the dollar. This is like so unfair. And this even extends to Yada itself and like customers themselves. They're getting these wildly different statements where some people go, I got all my money back. Why? I don't know. It's like literally the funny thing is Yada began as a lottery. It is a lottery. Congratulations, you got what you paid for, because we are literally rolling the dice with whether your money is there or not. And it has nothing to do with you or your decisions, the quality of your decisions. This is literally, we put our money in the same exact place. And for reasons that are completely unrelated to us, you get no money, I get all my money back. That makes no sense.
I hope by now you're grasping how gross this whole situation is. Mercury Bank got 100% of their $3 billion or whatever back, while the much smaller fintech companies are eating up to a $96 million loss. We're not exactly sure how big the shortfall is for absolutely no reason really, other than Mercury left Synapse before it blew up. I should note, Mercury would unequivocally deny that they moved for any improper reasons or that they were at all part of the cause of this collapse. But I do think we should be skeptical of the timing of all this, because in behind-the-scenes emails from Synapse to Evolve, we find out that Mercury decided to leave Synapse the same day that Evolve said there was a deficiency in the FBO account. So did Mercury find out that there were problems at Synapse before anyone else and run for the door? Or was this a very coincidental timing and they had planned it all along? I asked Mercury and they told me, quote, Mercury made the decision not to renew its contract with Synapse long before informing Synapse of the decision to terminate the relationship. Also telling me, quote, having direct relationships and integrations with our partner banks was in the best interest of Mercury and our customers. Clearly denying any coincidental timing. A month later, though, they also sent me another message saying Mercury has decided to end its relationship with Evolve Bank and Trust. Make of that what you will. I should also note, one of Evolve's executives left the company around the collapse, citing integrity as the reason for him leaving. Evolve Bank and Trust had no comment on this, understandably. Multiple other executives have also left the company. Now, I have extensively questioned Evolve for months about all of this, and I finally found one lead worth pursuing. Remember when Evolve noticed the shortfall? It withheld funds from Synapse. It put them in something called a reserve account. Well, throughout my conversations with Evolve, they referenced this account as if it still had money to pay people, saying that they had $43 million in reserve to pay out customers at the end of 2023. And along the way, I asked them, well, did you pay it out? You know, given that nearly $100 million may be missing, it would go a long way to fill that gap. And they told me, quote, we have provided updates regarding the reserve accounts in several of the bankruptcy hearing filings. Those hearings and filings are public. Evolve continues to hold reserve accounts on behalf of end users to be used as necessary, which is a very unhelpful way of answering a yes or no question. Did you hand out the money? Evolve instead points me to mountains of documents in a bankruptcy hearing, but funny enough, the person in charge of that bankruptcy seems confused also about Evolve's position. This is according to the bankruptcy trustee herself. Quote, Evolve has declined to report the potential use of reserve funds to pay end users. So that's an alarming statement coming from the person whose job it is to know where the money is in a bankruptcy. On Evolve's website, they say they hold $35 million in reserve funds it will distribute if the reconciliation indicates such distributions are appropriate. But whose reconciliation? That's the whole problem, isn't it? Is it Synapse's or the one Evolve hired out that says they don't owe any extra money, right? They've been using that to disagree with everybody. So what are we talking about here? According to them, they've paid out the money. There is no shortfall, meaning the $35 million is not owed to customers and instead goes where? Well, I asked them exactly that, and they responded, the funds will be handled in accordance with the relevant terms of the parties' master bank services agreement, which again, is not helpful. And it concerns me that maybe Evolve is trying to find a way to hold on to this money for themselves, saying that they've paid out everybody, and that this is just millions of dollars extra. If they didn't think they could do that as an option, they can and should just say so directly and publicly. They did not. I was also confused about exactly how much money they had. In emails to me, they mentioned $43 million at the end of 2023. According to their website, they have $35 million right now. What happened to the $8 million difference? I asked them about this, and once again, they refused to answer, citing, quote, ongoing legal processes that prevented them from discussing it. Look, I'll tell you where the money is as soon as all the lawsuits about missing money come to a close. To be clear, I think everyone in this story should be scrutinized, but Evolve is a regulated bank, and regulated banks, most of all, and people with money in their reserve accounts even more so, should be scrutinized the most, especially since Evolve is where the shortfall started in the first place. Remember, months before anyone knew about the missing funds, them and Synapse were disagreeing about it in internal emails. So while yes, I am in favor of a full reconciliation with all the data across all the banks, until we get that, we need to look at who still has money in this ecosystem and who had the money when all these problems first started showing up. All the while holding in our mind that, like all complicated stories, this is not just going to be a matter of one bad guy. Evolve, you know? I do think...
I'm done. I am so sorry. Let me go put my head down real quick and then I'll come back and then we'll play some Kazan. I do want to still stream, but I'll be right back. Yeah? You okay?
검의 유리 조각이 흐릿하다. 안에 그 무엇도 보이지 않아. 나는 무엇을 위해 칼을 갈고 있는 거지? 무엇을 위해 칼을 갈고 있는 거지? 보이지 않아. 나는 무엇을 위해 칼을 갈고 있는 거지?
Alright guys, I fell asleep. God damn. I put my head down. I fell asleep. Jesus Christ, just like what the fuck is here? I got a doctor's appointment. I'm gonna go sleep. I'll come home and I'll stream later, okay? I got a doctor's appointment. I'll see you all then.